Chapter 13:27. Who? City Lord Luo Tian? By Tao, are you kidding me? City Lord Luo Tian is clearly in Cloud Mist College. How could he suddenly appear here? Qin Fu said disdainfully, not taking Bai Dao's words to heart. Instead, he urged, "What are you guys still standing there for? Take them down. Don't you understand what I said?" Qin Fu, I think you're tired of living. Bai Dao quickened his pace and quickly attacked. He shouted in a deep voice, "Hurry up and greet the city lord." He was the steward of the city lord's mansion. He was also one of the disciples of the house of Bai who followed Luo Tian from Lingyun City through immeasurable mountains sect to here. He knew that he knew Luo Tian. However, other than him, no one else had seen Luo Tian before. Everyone looked at each other and didn't react immediately. In their hearts, Luo Tian was as strong as a mountain and as powerful as the roaring sea. How could he be so weak? Bai Dao walked to Luo Tian's side and said respectfully, "Patriarch, you're back!" As soon as his voice fell, everyone was shocked. Qin Fu's face turned pale. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I came to take a look on the way." "Where's Bai Xiangdong?" After that, Luo Tian looked coldly at Qin Fu and said coldly, "I don't want to see him again in immeasurable city." Then he strode into the city lord's mansion. Qin Fu took a step forward and was stunned on the spot. His face was pale and his body trembled as he said, No, City Lord Luo Tian is clearly in Cloud Mist College. How could he suddenly come back? Impossible, there must be a mistake." Bai Dao's face turned sinister as he said, "Men, take him down!" The guards of the city lord's mansion immediately walked forward and grabbed the paralyzed Qin Fu. His crotch was wet and he instantly peed his pants. At this moment, Qin Fu suddenly broke free and rushed into the city lord's mansion, shouting, "Brother-in-law, save me, brother-in-law." Luo Tian frowned slightly. At this moment, two people walked out of the city lord mansion. One of them was Bai Xiangdong, and beside him was Dongfang Shuo. Bai Xiangdong shouted coldly and said, "What are you panicking for in this boundless city? Who dares to touch you? I don't think he wants to live anymore." When Luo Tian wasn't here, he was the city lord of Boundless City, the local overlord. He could cover the sky with one hand. Hence, after Luo Tian and the others left this place, he forcefully married the most beautiful woman in Boundless City. When Qin Fu saw Bai Xiangdong walk out, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He said loudly, "Brother-in-law, he is the one who wants to kill me. He is also a spy sent by the Deng family of Lingyun City." As he spoke, he pointed at Luo Tian, who was slowly walking up. Bai Xiangdong's expression changed slightly. "Spy? Who dares to be so arrogant in my territory? I think he's courting death." At this moment, Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Me." Looking towards the direction of the voice, Bai Xiangdong's expression changed incomparably. His body trembled. He could not stand steadily, his face was slightly pale, and he trembled as he said, Luo Tian, city lord, lord." Qin Fu's expression changed again, and there was still a trace of hope in his heart, but now, even his brother-in-law said that he was the city lord of Luo Tian. Then there was definitely no mistake. His heart was dead silent, but he did not give up. He immediately sent a sound transmission to Bai Xiangdong. "Brother-in-law, his cultivation is not strong. With your current cultivation, you can take him down in an instant. Once Luo Tian dies, you will be the true master of this city." A few months ago, Luo Tian's cultivation was not as high as the current Bai Xiangdong. Moreover, Luo Tian's current aura was very weak, and coupled with the exhaustion on their faces, they all looked extremely miserable. Bai Xiangdong frowned and slapped Qin Fu's face. "You blind dog, you don't even recognize the city lord. You must be tired of living." "Pa!" Qin Fu was slapped so hard that he saw stars. However, he was not afraid. Instead, His eyes revealed a trace of sinister complacency. Luo Tian looked at Bai Xiangdong, who was walking over, and gently shook his head with a wry smile. Bai Xiangdong walked in front of Luo Tian and quickly said, "Lord, why didn't you inform me that you were coming back? I was going to welcome you. Where did you come from?" Luo Tian said, "I just came back from exploring the immeasurable mountain range, so I came back to take a look." "Oh." Bai Xiangdong let out a meaningful "oh," and then asked, "Are they all students of Cloud Mist College?" "Not all of them. Let's find a place for them to rest and recover first." Luo Tian purposely said this, and at the same time, he looked at Dongfang Shua in the distance. Dongfang Shua's eyes moved slightly. Bai Xiangdong said, "I'll immediately arrange it. Your trip to Immeasurable Mountain this time." Luo Tian did not wait for him to finish and said, "We encountered a Class 9 monster. We suffered heavy losses. Quickly go and arrange it." "Heavy losses?" Bai Xiangdong muttered to himself meaningfully, and then the fists under his sleeves suddenly clenched, and his mind kept thinking about what Qin Fu said just now. "Kill him. I am the city, lord of Immeasurable City. I am the emperor here. Why should I, Bai Xiangdong, listen to a trash with a shattered dantian? Immeasurable City is managed by me alone. Who does he think he is? What right does he have to order me around? Damn it. Riches and honor are found in danger. The current Luo Tian must be exhausted, and he definitely won't have a good ending for going against Haijia in Cloud Mist City. I'm afraid his cultivation hasn't improved in these few months, right? After this village, there wouldn't be this shop anymore." Bai Xiangdong's mind was spinning crazily. Finally, he made his choice. With a move of his fists, he directly used his killing move. A wave of earthy yellow essence condensed on his fists, and his fists were like thunder, heavily smashing towards Luo Tian's head. With a cold snort, he said, "Luo Tian, go to hell." As long as he killed Luo Tian, he would be the real Immeasurable City Lord. Everything would be his. Qin Fu also stood up, his face revealing a smug smile. "Ha ha ha. Dog, this is my brother-in-law's heaven stage cultivation method. Prepare to die." He laughed, laughing very proudly. His eyes couldn't help but look at the holy maiden, revealing a lewd smile. But in between the lightning, a phantom suddenly leaped out. Bam! A muffled sound of impact rang out. Following that, a body flew out in a straight line, slamming into the walls of the city lord's mansion, causing the walls to collapse. Following that, Phantom moved and landed in front of Qin Fu. At that moment, he was still laughing proudly. His smile suddenly froze in place. "I told you, you're already dead." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian smashed his head with a punch and sent him flying with a kick. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. At this moment, Luo Tian unleashed his cultivation of the 5th level of Myriad Illusions. The entire city, Lord's Mansion, was terrifyingly quiet. I came back very late today. The first chapter is here, and there's an update before 12 o'clock. Chapter 1328. Instant Kill. Bai Xiangdong was dead. Qin Fu was also dead. Luo Tian's domineering aura shocked everyone in the city, Lord's residence. The eyes of the disciples on the training field were filled with excitement. He's the city lord. So powerful. He's really too powerful. He actually killed Bai Xiangdong in one move. I couldn't even see his movements. He's simply too powerful. Look at the people behind the city lord. Their auras are suffused with threatening killing intent. No one dares to approach them. Their cultivation must be terrifyingly high. There was a lot of discussion. Luo Tian turned around and said, "My name is Luo Tian. You might not have seen me before, but what I want to say is that this boundless city is my territory. It's the territory of my brothers from the House of Bai. It doesn't belong to one person alone. You actually dared to sneak an attack on me. It seems that these few months of luxury have made some people forget what happened in the past." His voice shook. Everyone in Boundless City heard it, especially the disciples from the House of by who came here with Luo Tian. Every one of them felt a chill in their hearts. They went through hardships together, but it was hard for them to enjoy wealth together. Bai Xiangdong was like that. Bai Dao immediately shouted at those disciples, "Why aren't you greeting the city lord?" Instantly, those disciples all knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, city lord." Originally, Luo Tian didn't want them to kneel, but at this time he had to show his authority. He didn't expect that in just a few months, the brothers who had gone through life and death with him would become like this. Luo Tian's heart turned cold. However, he didn't have the mood to care about this now. He said to Bai Dao, "Call all the disciples from the house of Bai who stayed behind in Boundless City." Bai Dao immediately said, "Yes, chief." "What about those who are in seclusion?" "All of them," Luo Tian shouted. Bai Dao quickly said, "I'll go now." Luo Tian didn't care what other people thought, but he had to intimidate those who had such thoughts. They were only second-rate disciples of the house of Bai. What about those disciples of the house of Bai who had superior talent and managed to sneak into a king's faction? Had their hearts changed? The human heart was unpredictable. No one could see through a person's heart. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even the God of creation would not be able to see through a person's heart. 10 minutes later, City Lord's Conference Hall. More than 20 disciples of the house of Bai were summoned. Their cultivation had all improved by quite a bit. This was all because of the talent conversion at the Boundless sect. They looked at Luo Tian with shock in their eyes. Luo Tian looked at Dongfang Shua and said, "Uncle Dongfang, tell us about the Deng family in Lingyun City." He did not mention anything about Bai Xiangdong. Hearing him talk about the Deng family in Lingyun City, some of the House of Bai's disciples looked slightly better. It wasn't that Luo Tian didn't want to pursue the matter. If this matter was pursued, many people would be implicated. He had promised Bai Qi that he would make the House of Bai rise and take good care of the disciples of the House of Bai. Luo Tian remembered their old friendship. Dongfang Shua was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a look of approval and said, "According to reliable sources, the Deng family of Lingyun City has publicly announced that they have joined the Mountain Sea Demon sect. Lingyun City has also become a subsidiary of the Mountain Sea Demon sect. The Mountain Sea Demon sect is a second-rate peak faction of the demon race. It should be a platinum faction. I don't know where this demonic sovereign came from. Rumor has it that he's an Emperor Realm Master. He took less than an hour to control the entire Mountain and Sea Demon sect. Furthermore, the demon sect of the Mountain and Sea Demonic sect reacted on that very day. In an instant, they massacred several cities with a population of 1 million. The scene was too horrible to look at. It is very likely that the next city to be plundered will be our Boundless City. This is because we can directly enter Misty City from here. I fear that the demonic sovereign's goal is Misty City." These things had only happened in the past few days. Dongfang Shua did not have any real power in Wuliang City. Even Bai Xiangdong did not take him seriously at all. He had mentioned this matter to Bai Xiangdong just now, but Bai Xiangdong did not care at all. Luo Tian nodded and said, "What do you guys think?" "Feel free to speak your mind." He wanted to know what these people were thinking. "The Mountain Sea Demon sect is too strong. We are just a gold faction. It is difficult to deal with the Deng family in Lingyun City. If it is the Mountain Sea Demon sect, we have no chance of winning at all." "That's right. The Mountain Sea Demon sect has another demon master overseeing it. If we anger him, I'm worried that our Wuliang City will be like the other cities and turn into rivers of blood. Then everything we have done in the past few months will be in vain. Patriarch, shall we leave this place?" "No, this is a place that the Patriarch fought for with great difficulty. How can we give up? If we give up Wuliang City, where can we go? If we leave, what about the people of Wuliang City? Have you thought about what will happen to them? They can't even protect themselves, and they still have the time to care about the life and death of others. If the city is gone, we can still go and rob it again. If we lose our lives, we will lose everything. Many disciples of the house of Bai started to discuss, and in the end they started to quarrel. Their cultivation had increased by a lot, but, however, their courage had shrunk. Suddenly, Luo Tian saw Su Feng at the city gate and could not help but say to him, "Commander Su, what do you think?" The city gate commander. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to stand here. The hall suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at Su Feng. Many disciples of the house of Bai revealed disdainful sneers. Su Feng was also nervous. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, he wouldn't be standing here. Looking at the many big shots in Wuliang City, he forced himself to calm down and swallowed his saliva. "I don't know. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What can a small city gate commander like you know?" The disciples of the house of Bai started to jeer. Luo Tian was a little displeased. His voice trembled as he shouted, "If you have any ideas, then say it boldly." Su Feng gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind, saying, "I don't know the city lord's cultivation and strength. If you are strong enough, why don't you take the lead and eliminate the Deng family in Lingyun City first? That can be considered as taking care of old grudges. Then attack the mountain sea demon sect at lightning speed and catch them off guard without waiting for him to finish." Everyone burst into laughter again. Lingyun City has experts from the mountain sea demon sect guarding it. Is it something you can eliminate just because you want to? You're asking people to die. Not to mention eliminating the Deng family. Someone like you won't even be able to walk out of the immeasurable mountain range. Luo Tian's heart turned cold again. However, he smiled at Su Feng and said, "From today onwards, you are the commander of Wuliang City. I accept your suggestion. We'll start the operation tonight. We'll eliminate the Deng family in a lightning battle and avenge the dead disciples of the House of Bai." Originally, there was still a chapter to be updated, but he probably wouldn't be able to write it today. He would make up for today's update tomorrow. Chapter 1329. Lingyun City, Deng Family. In the meeting hall, including the 4 great families of the Deng family and a few elders of the mountain sea demon sect. They all had cold arrogance on their faces. Deng Leigong stood up and said humbly, "Everyone, I called you here today to discuss how to cross the immeasurable mountain range and enter Immeasurable City. You all know that this world will belong to the demon sovereign sooner or later. What we need to do is follow in his footsteps and guarantee that we can have whatever we want in the future. We won't have to look at the faces of those sects or colleges anymore." Since he had joined the Mountain Sea Demon sect. Since the Mountain Sea Demon sect was controlled by the demon sovereign, Deng Leigong made a prompt decision and did not hesitate to stand on the demon sovereign side. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. He had always thought of himself as a wise man. Joining the Mountain Sea Demon sect was one thing. This time it was still the same. Since things had come to this, the other 3 family heads had nothing to say. They were very clear. Luo Tian was already a student of the Cloud Mist College. If he used the power of the Cloud Mist College to attack, the 4 great families would not be able to resist at all. One of the family heads said, "The immeasurable mountain range is extremely dangerous. If we enter with our current strength, I'm afraid that more than half of us will die before we even reach Immeasurable City. Moreover, I heard that Immeasurable City has reached the level of a gold organization. Although our 4 great families can take down Immeasurable City if we join forces, I'm afraid the price will be very high." "Yes, our current strength." Deng Leigong immediately expressed his loyalty and said, "For the great cause of the demon sovereign, what is death? If we can't even take down a small Immeasurable City, then we have no right to follow the demon sovereign. Besides, you all know very well that Immeasurable City was built by that bastard Luo Tian. If we give him some time to develop, when the time comes he will turn around and attack Lingyun City. How are we going to stop him then? If you want to cut the grass, you have to dig up the roots. Uproot him while he's still young. As long as we take down Boundless City, the nefarious demon sovereign will lead the nefarious demons of the Central Province continent to invade and take down Cloud Mist City. When that happens, the Central Province continent will be ours. There will be no more Cloud Mist Academy. They were unusually excited. It was as if he was about to stand at the peak of the world. In his opinion, Luo Tian must be eliminated. In the past few months, he hadn't had a good night's sleep, even though he had joined the Mountain Sea Devil sect, and even though the Deng family had an expert at the peak of the 10,000 Illusions realm, he was still very worried. Every time he thought of Luo Tian's murderous eyes, a chill would rise in his heart. This time he was the one who suggested to the nefarious demon sovereign that they should first take down Boundless City before marching straight into Misty Cloud City. He didn't care about Misty Cloud City or Cloud Mist College. His goal was to attack Luo Tian's power. He couldn't let him grow, or else it would become a hidden danger for him. At this moment, in the hall, the old man from the Mountain Sea Devil sect, who had been silent all this time, opened his eyes slightly and said, "It's just a mere immeasurable mountain range. You can rest assured that I will open a path for you. You only need to be responsible for attacking the city." Seeing that he had spoken, Deng Leigong immediately said, "Since Elder Qin has said so, then what else do we have to say? Let's directly attack Boundless City and turn Luo Tian's background upside down. Let's see how that brat dares to be arrogant." In that instant, a huge bird flew over the Deng family. A group of people stood on the back of the bird. This group of people was naturally Luo Tian. He stood on the back of the bird and glanced at Lingyun City. In less than a few months, Lingyun City is no longer as lively as before. Following that, he looked at the night sky and said softly, "Uncle Bai, I'm going to take revenge for you today." While they were talking, he jumped down from the back of the big bird and landed heavily in the courtyard of the Deng family like a cannonball. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. The entire Lingyun City was shaken. Who dares to barge into the Deng family's residence? "I think you're tired of living." One of the guards rushed up to him. Luo Tian slowly stood up. His body was like a phantom as he instantly attacked. He lifted the guard into the air and smashed him heavily onto the ground. Boom! His body was smashed into pieces. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian released all of his strength and roared into the distance, "Deng Leigong, I'm here for your dog life!" Boom! 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 His voice was like thunder as it wreaked havoc in the sky above the Deng family. Everyone in the Deng family trembled. In the meeting hall, who dares to be so arrogant and dare to come to the Deng family's residence to behave atrociously? "I think he's tired of living. Father, I'll go out and take him down immediately." This voice is a little familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Are you familiar with it? The other patriarchs also nodded. Suddenly, Deng Leigong's eyes turned ferocious as he clenched his fists tightly. A strong aura burst out from his body as he said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian!" The other 3 patriarchs were immediately shocked. That's right, it's Luo Tian's voice. This dog, why is he here at this time? Could it be that he brought an expert from Cloud Mist College? They were only gold forces and could not afford to offend Cloud Mist College. The 4 patriarchs, including Deng Leigong, could not help but look at the 3 elders of the Mountain Sea Devil sect. They were all experts at the peak of the illusionary realm, and they were also the ones in charge of Lingyun City. One of the elders in white slowly stood up and sneered. "A mere student from Cloud Mist College has scared you to this extent. You've really embarrassed the Mountain Sea Devil sect." As he spoke, he looked out of the hall and said disdainfully, "Watch how I kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared from where he stood. However, at this moment, there was a loud sound in the sky, and an afterimage fell from the sky. It was the elder in white just now. Bang! He smashed outside the hall. Like a dead dog, his body twitched slightly, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with incomparable fear, as if he had seen something incomparably terrifying. He spat out a few words with difficulty. "How is this possible?" After saying that, black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened and his body stiffened. Instant kill. The elder at the peak of the illusionary realm was instantly killed, just like that. Everyone in the hall rushed out and surrounded the white-robed old man. Everyone's expression became extremely unsightly. He really brought an expert from Cloud Mist College. He really came. Otherwise, how could a trash with a shattered dantian be a match for the elder in white? Now that even an expert at the peak of the illusionary realm was instantly killed, what should we do? He's here. He really came. Luo Tian really came to take revenge. Along with their fear, a figure in a green robe quietly stood not far in front of them. Luo Tian. The first chapter was delivered. Chapter 1330. At this moment, the entire Deng family was filled with a suffocating murderous aura. Luo Tian's sudden appearance caught them off guard. A moment ago, they were still discussing how to deal with Luo Tian. The next moment, Luo Tian appeared in front of them. It was all too sudden. Deng Legong's eyes were ferocious as he stared at Luo Tian in the courtyard. His eyes were bloodshot, and the hatred of his son's death surged in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, you're finally here. Since you're here, get your helpers to come out." "Helpers?" Luo Tian chuckled. He glanced around and found that the masters of the 4 great families were all there. He smiled and said, "Looks like I came at the right time. I didn't expect all of you to be here. This saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one." Deng Legong sneered and said, "Without helpers, how could you kill the white-clothed elder?" "Luo Tian, I didn't expect you to become so sinister in just a few months. The powerhouses of Cloud Mist College must be hiding in the dark to ambush you, right?" He had always thought that there was a powerhouse helping Luo Tian, because, no matter how fast Luo Tian's cultivation speed was, it was impossible for him to cultivate to the point where he could kill an illusionary peak powerhouse in just a few months. This was impossible. There must be a powerhouse helping him in the dark. It was difficult for an ordinary warrior to break through in a few months. However, was Luo Tian an ordinary warrior? Of course not. The speed of his cultivation was not measured by time, but by experience. As long as he had enough experience, he could level up dozens of levels in a day. It was even possible for him to reach level 100. "Luo Tian, you despicable man. I didn't expect you to learn nothing but sneak attacks in Cloud Mist College. A mere piece of trash dares to come to Lingyun City. Back then you escaped like a dog. If you dare to come again today, don't even think about leaving alive. Where are the guards? Take this dog down." "Luo Tian, do you think we are still the 4 great families from a few months ago? Then you're gravely mistaken. Our current forces have already surpassed the gold rank forces. It's more than enough to deal with you. Prepare to die." They were not particularly afraid, because behind them was the Mountain Sea Demon sect. There was also the demonic sovereign. Let alone Luo Tian, even if the experts from Cloud Mist College came, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Luo Tian grinned coldly and said, "Come, all of you come at me together. Today, I'm going to start a massacre." Back then, the moment I left Lingyun City, I swore to myself that I would return one day. I would uproot the 4 great families and use your heads and blood to avenge Uncle Baichi. Deng Legong, it was you who killed Uncle Baichi, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian took a step forward. Buzz! A power pattern under his feet shot out like a ripple. Deng Legong's sea of consciousness suddenly sank and was crushed like never before. His body trembled uncontrollably and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He pretended to be tough and said, "Baichi deserves to die. I gave him a chance to live, but he didn't know how to cherish it. However, if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have died. The House of Bai is still the House of Bai. If we're talking about who killed Bai Qi, I think it should be you. You really know how to quibble. Since you gave Uncle Bai Qi a chance, I'll also give you a chance to live. Kneel. Kowtow to the dead Uncle Bai Qi and admit your guilt. I'll spare your dog life, Luo Tian said unhurriedly. It was also at this moment Deng Legong's eldest son launched a sneak attack with his sword and shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Bai Qi deserves to die. Luo Tian, you should go to hell too." Thunder sword. Boom! There was a trace of strong lightning power on the long sword, as if the thunder was angry. The distance was very short. In addition, it was a sudden attack. The power of this sword was extremely powerful. Many people had cold smiles on their faces. He's still too young. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you're going to die this time. Kill him. Everyone was relieved. Deng Legong appreciated his eldest son's action. He also thought that Luo Tian couldn't avoid the sword. As long as Luo Tian was injured, he would attack instantly and kill Luo Tian. However, what was unexpected was that Luo Tian's body didn't seem to move at all. However, the strange thing was Deng Jin flew out. He crashed into the wall of the courtyard, and then before he could even slide down, a sword had pinned him to the wall. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, and he had no idea what had just happened. Everything had happened too quickly. He didn't even have time to scream. What the hell? There was no sound at all. They stared at Luo Tian with their mouths wide open. What happened? They didn't know at all. What exactly happened? What happened just now? Deng Legong saw his son being brutally killed. His body sank, and he almost couldn't stand still. Suddenly, Thousand Illusion Realm. A voice came from the back of the crowd, and a purple-robed elder walked out. He stared at Luo Tian and said carefully, "I've heard some things about you, but I didn't expect your cultivation to grow so fast in just a few months. I've never seen it before. However, in the end, you're still too inexperienced. Thousand Illusion Realm Level 5 is more than enough to deal with these trash families in Lingyun City. However, you're very unlucky today to meet me." The elder in purple walked to the front with a proud sneer on his face. If it was only Luo Tian, he wouldn't put him in his eyes at all. Thousand Illusion Realm Level 5. He wasn't his opponent at all. When they heard the elder in purple say that Luo Tian's cultivation had reached Thousand Illusion Realm Level 5, the four patriarchs' faces turned into the color of pig liver. Was this still considered human? Oh my God! How did he do it? Fiendstar, looks like we've really provoked someone we shouldn't have. Bullshit with the Mountain Sea Devil Sex elders. Why should we be afraid of him? Luo Tian smiled and said, "You're their backer?" The elder in purple said, "That's right, Lingyun City's Deng family is already a subordinate force of my Mountain Sea Devil sect. Although they are useless, since I'm here, I won't allow others to bully them." Luo Tian said, "I don't want to bully them." The elder in purple was startled and couldn't react in time. Luo Tian continued, "I'm just here to kill them all, that's all. As for you, do you think that you can stop me with just your Thousand Illusion Realm cultivation? Do you know what the consequences of blocking me are?" The elder in purple was a little angry. Luo Tian pointed at the elder in white on the ground and said, "He is." The elder in purple was completely enraged. His hands formed into claws, and a cold wind blew as he rushed towards Luo Tian. "You're courting death." The second chapter had been delivered, and there was another chapter at night. Chapter 1331. Who's courting death? The moment the purple-robed elder made his move, Luo Tian also moved. Following that, his figure was like an illusion as he crazily swayed. In the night, the two illusions overlapped crazily, collided, and then bounced away. Under these series of actions, the two of them did not even touch each other. A mere level 5 illusions dares to be arrogant. Watch how I make you kneel on the ground and unable to get up. The purple-robed elder suddenly moved his 5 claws. "Een wind claw! Break for me!" 5 claws flashed with a cold light, accurately grabbing towards Luo Tian's body. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth twitched as he sneered. "So what if you are at the peak of the illusion's realm? In my eyes, you are just a dead man." Similarly, his hands also turned into claws. However, his was not some wind claw, but a dragon claw hand. The power of the azure dragon poured into his 5 fingers. As the power of his blood vessels surged, the aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, forming a powerful azure dragon pressure that instantly crushed down. The purple-robed elder's face turned pale, and he was suddenly crushed to the point that he could not move at all. He asked in fear, "What kind of power is this?" "The power to kill you. Die." Luo Tian's 5 claws directly grabbed onto the purple-robed elder's head. His 5 fingers exerted force, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Explode for me!" Bam! The power on his 5 fingers exploded like a bomb in the purple-robed elder's head. Bam! 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 His head exploded like a watermelon, and blood splattered all over the ground. The surroundings once again fell into dead silence. He was as calm as death, and even forgot to breathe. The purple-clothed elder was an expert at the pinnacle of the myriad illusions realm. Even in the mountain sea demon sect, he wasn't weak. Why was it that when he was beside Luo Tian, he was instantly killed like a 3-year-old? How was this possible? Or could it be that Luo Tian was too strong? Impossible. That was absolutely impossible. How could he become so strong in just a few months? They didn't believe it. However, he had no choice but to believe it. There was no time to think about this. At this moment, the 4 clans felt a chill in their hearts. Their cultivations were simply too weak compared to the purple-clothed old man. If the purple-clothed old man was not Luo Tian's opponent, then there was no need for them to even think about it. He was scared. Plop! One of the family elders knelt down, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. "This has nothing to do with me. It was all Deng Leigong and the Deng family's doing. We didn't want to go against the House of Bai, let alone kill Bai Qi. It was Deng Leigong who forced us to do this. It's all the Deng family's fault. Luo Tian, when you escaped with the disciples of the House of Bai that day, we didn't pursue you with all our might because we wanted to deal with the Deng clan. All of this was done by the Deng family. It has nothing to do with us." They were scared. Incomparable fear. One by one, they knelt down. The faces of the Deng family members were also extremely pale. Deng Leigong also stared at Luo Tian with fear in his eyes. Luo Tian looked at these people who were begging for mercy and said with a smile, "You said that all of this was instructed by the Deng family and that Deng Leigong asked you to do it. Then I want to ask, if Deng Leigong asked you to do it, would you do it?" Everyone was stunned. In the crowd, someone actually said directly, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him. However, he said with a face full of indignation, "As long as you spare my life, let alone human feces. Even if it's cow feces, I'll do it. Don't look at me like that. Aren't you all the same?" Luo Tian was really surprised. Willing to do it. These people really didn't have any bottom line. The people kneeling on the ground all came back to their senses. They nodded and said, "We are also willing to die. We are also willing. Luo Tian, please be merciful and spare our dog lives. We won't dare to do it again." This was all done by the Deng family. Just now, he was discussing how to attack Boundless City. He's been looking forward to your death every day. Luo Tian were innocent. Everyone was afraid of death. Luo Tian had seen people who were afraid of death, but he had never seen people who were so afraid of death. Deng Leigong's face was full of anger. He looked behind him and found that the black-clothed old man from the Mountain Sea Devil sect had disappeared without a trace. He must have escaped. He sneered and said, "A bunch of trash. If it weren't for you trash being so afraid of death, how could you have left that bastard Luo Tian alive?" Dang Legong, if it weren't for your instigation, how could we be like this now? It's all your fault, old man. Luo Tian, as long as you give the order, will immediately take down Dang Legong. After you left Lingyun City, he immediately secretly sided with the Mountain Sea Devil sect. He's not a good person, and he's a student of some cloud mist college. I think he's just a piece of sh*t. Everyone kicks a man who's down. The Dang family suddenly became the target of public criticism. However, Luo Tian only smiled at these people's words. He looked at Dang Legong and said, "When you killed Bai Qi, did you think this day would come? No. When you killed the disciples of the house of Bai, did you think this day would come? Also no. When you chased us all the way, did you think this day would come? Still no. You kneeled on the ground and begged me. Did you think I would spare your lives? You really thought too much. Since I'm here, I don't intend to let any of you go. I said that I would use your blood to pay for Uncle Bai Qi's death, so all of you from the 4 great families have to die," Luo Tian said in a deep voice. He was not the Luo Tian of the past. He would not be soft-hearted. He would not go against his experience. Moreover, these people deserved to die. They had to die for colluding with Demon King. Also, their deaths could increase Luo Tian's sin value. Naturally, the more sin value he had, the better. The more sin value he had, the more he could summon the most primitive evil creature. Hearing Luo Tian's words, they were all dumbfounded. The fear in their hearts made them feel evil. They raised their eyes heavily, and one of them suddenly attacked and roared, "Since we can't escape death, Luo Tian, you dog, I'll fight it out with you." Some people knelt down and others followed. Some people resisted and some people followed. Luo Tian was very strong. However, they still had a trace of hope. Dang Legong's face was filled with joy as he shouted, "Where are the disciples of the Dang family? Let's attack together. I don't believe that he has 3 heads and 6 arms and can defeat so many people." After he finished speaking, however, he quietly retreated. In the process of retreating, he even pushed his son forward. Luo Tian saw this and was not in a hurry to kill Dang Legong. Instead, he asked Lu Zhan, who was in midair, to send a sound transmission to him, asking him to pay attention to Dang Legong's movements. Then, blood spurted out. The god of death danced. Every time Luo Tian attacked, it was an instant kill. He didn't want to waste time. One instant kill after another. The system beeped again and again. The experience was basically negligible, but the sin value was constantly increasing. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. The supplementary chapter has been delivered. Brothers, it's the end of the month. The old cow is begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 1332. Luo Tian did not show any mercy. The disciples of the Deng family and the other 3 families were all killed. As for the escaped Deng, Legong, to cut weeds, one had to dig up the roots. Luo Tian was very clear about this principle. However, he needed a guide. He didn't know where the Mountain Sea Demon sect was, and Lu Zhan and the others didn't know either. Therefore, Luo Tian needed Deng Legong to lead the way. With Deng Legong's personality, he would definitely run to the Mountain Sea Demon sect to get reinforcements. He wanted nothing more than to kill Luo Tian, and would definitely not let Luo Tian leave Lingyun City alive. Deng family. The smell of blood filled the air. Lu Zhan, Kai Lin, and the others on the rock all landed. They didn't even ask about what had happened to the Deng family, and didn't feel that Luo Tian was cruel. They all knew, no matter what Luo Tian wanted to do, they would fully support him. Luo Tian said indifferently, "A few months ago, the house of Bai that I was in was killed by them until only 50 people were left. At that time, we fled like dogs. From the moment we left this place, I swore to myself that I would definitely return." He said in his heart, "Uncle Bai Qi, there's only one Deng Legong left. Don't worry, he won't live past tomorrow." Lu Zhan asked, "Boss, what are your plans now? You can't let that old fellow escape, right?" Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, He will bring us to the mountain sea demon sect. Huh. Mountain sea demon sect. Lu Zhan was stunned. Luo Tian said, I want to destroy it. The reason was simple. What was a mere Lingyun cities, 4 great families? It was just a gold faction. And with the strength of the mountain sea demon sect, they could easily pull out a bunch of such forces. If the 4 great families were gone, there would be another 4 great families to replace them, and they would do the same thing as them, attack Boundless City. To cut the grass, one had to dig up the roots. The root of the problem was the mountain sea demon sect. Boundless City was now like a seedling that needed to be protected with all its might in order to grow healthily. Moreover, Luo Tian didn't want Boundless City to take any risks. Lu Zhan smiled excitedly and said, My hands itched when I saw you alone. You must let me deal with this demonic sect. Ha ha ha, Lord Luo Tian, they're still us. We didn't follow you to watch the show from above, Karen said with a smile. That's right. Of course. Such a small matter should be left to us. All heaven laughed. What happened just now was a personal matter of mine. It's only natural for you to take action against the Mountain and Sea Devil sect. The Mountain and Sea Devil sect has quite a few experts, and from what I heard just now, they do have a wretch devil paragon. I'm afraid his cultivation has reached the Emperor realm. He'll be difficult to deal with. An Emperor realm master could instantly raise the strength of a sect or family to the level of a king. An Emperor realm master was an extremely powerful existence. However, none of them were afraid. Instead, their faces were filled with excitement. So what if you're an Emperor realm master? Lord Luo Tian, we aren't weak at all. That's right. Even the Black Moon has been trampled by us. So what if you're an evil demon paragon? Each one was more arrogant than the other. Luo Tian looked at them and smiled. Arrogance was what Luo Tian, wanted to see. Boss, don't talk anymore. That old fellow is about to run out of the range of my will. Lu Zhan suddenly said. Luo Tian's eyes shook and said, Follow him. Deng Legong ran for his life. Even the strength of drinking milk was exerted. Looking at the Deng family in Lingyun City, he knew that the Deng family was finished. Lingyun City was finished. He had lost everything. Half of his life's hard work had gone to waste. All of this was because of one person, Luo Tian. He hated it, abnormally hated it. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Looking in the direction of Lingyun City, he said, as if he was crying blood, Luo Tian, I will make you pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. No matter how strong you are, you can't be a match for the sect master of the Mountain Sea Demon sect, nor can you be a match for the evil demon paragon. You will die. Your immeasurable city will be destroyed in this world. Just you wait. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran crazily in the direction of the Mountain Sea Demon sect. The sky was just beginning to brighten. After a night of trekking, they finally arrived at the Mountain Sea Demon sect at dawn, in a hidden valley. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, they definitely wouldn't have been able to find this place. Help! Help! Lord Sect Master, help! Before Deng Legong even reached the mountain gate, he was already shouting for help. Then he dressed himself up in a more disheveled manner, looking extremely miserable. He shouted loudly, The experts of the Cloud Mist Academy are here. Help! Help! Several Devil Sect disciples who were looking at the entrance of the valley were shocked. They all knew Deng Legong and usually received a lot of benefits from him. When they saw him running over in a panic and saying that the experts of Cloud Mist College were here, they frowned and took the lead to shout, Deng Legong, is what you said true? Could it be that he's scared silly? I don't think so. Look at how scared he is. It doesn't seem like he's faking it. The disciples discussed among themselves for a while. Deng Legong ran to their side, panting, and said, I want to see the sect master. I have something important to report. Quick, quick, take me to see the sect master. It will be too late if we wait any longer. He had to see the sect master and persuade him. Only the sect master of the mountain sea demon sect was willing to make a move. Even 100 Luo Tian wouldn't be a match for him. As long as he could kill Luo Tian, he was willing to pay any price. However, before those disciples could speak, a black cloud floated over from the sky. A voice boomed. "There's no need to report. I already know what happened." Before he could finish his sentence, the black cloud dispersed and a few figures descended from the sky, landing directly beside Deng Leigong. One of them was the elder of the mountain sea demon sect, who had suddenly disappeared last night. The one in the middle was the current sect master of the mountain sea demon sect, Huang Wanjian. Deng Leigong had only seen it once. He immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Sect Master, you must seek justice for me. Lingyun City has been captured by the experts of the Cloud Mist Academy. Evil demon sovereign's plan, not waiting for him to finish." Huang Wanjian's right hand moved. Pa! An invisible slap flipped Deng Leigong over and heavily smashed him onto the ground. He snorted coldly and said, "Back then you joined the Mountain Sea Demon sect because you were worried about Cloud Mist College's revenge, right? Humph, useless thing. You can't even deal with the trash of the 10,000 Illusions realm. You still dare to talk to me about Lord Evil Demon's plan?" Huang Wanjian said angrily. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked into the distance and sneered, "A bunch of trash who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you come to my mountain sea demon sect's territory? I'll make sure you don't return. The first chapter has been delivered. If you have a monthly ticket, give me a monthly ticket." Chapter 1333. Huang Wanjian's cultivation was not low. Moreover, in the past few days his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. This was also the reason why he allowed Demon Sovereign to control the Mountain Sea Devil sect. Without benefits, how could he give up his position so easily? As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Leigong rolled his eyes and got up from the ground. He bowed and asked weakly, "Sect Master, are you saying that Luo Tian is following us?" Inwardly, however, he was laughing coldly. "So, you've chased me all the way here. It seems you want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. However, all heaven, you son of a bitch. Now that you've come to the territory of the Mountain and Sea Devil sect, you can forget about leaving alive." An elder beside Huang Wanjian asked, "How do they find this place?" Huang Wanjian looked at Deng Leigong coldly. Before he could say anything, he slapped Deng Leigong to the ground and snorted, "Who allowed you to get up? Do you think they can find the Mountain Sea Valley? It's you who led them here, with your trash cultivation. Do you think they can't catch up with you?" Huang Wanjian said angrily. He narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance. He said coldly, "I want to see if you have 3 heads or 6 arms. A mere student of Cloud Mist College dares to behave atrociously in my Mountain Sea Devil sect." Humph! Deng Leigong was in a difficult situation. 2 slaps had landed on his face, and his cheeks were about to split open. He was lying on the ground like a dead dog, not daring to move. However, his heart was incomparably excited. Come, Luo Tian, quickly come to your death." "Ha ha ha!" Old He rode the rock and sensed that someone had noticed them. He immediately said to Luo Tian, "There's someone watching us. Should we hide our aura?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "No need." "Right. What's this person's cultivation?" Old Black said, "Holy Spirit Realm, at least 4th level Holy Spirit Realm." Luo Tian thought for a moment and said, "Old He, continue to hide your aura. Kai Lin, the rest of you do the same." Corinne was at the peak of the Holy Spirit Realm. The other Holy Knights were all at the 5th level of the Holy Spirit Realm and above. Their cultivation bases were incomparably powerful. However, Luo Tian didn't want others to discover them. He had no idea what was going on with the Mountain Sea Devil sect, nor did he know what the Devil Sovereign's cultivation base was. Kalen's Paladin Legion was a trump card. Karen nodded, and so did the other holy knights. The rock flew over a hillside. Luo Tian calculated the distance and said, "Karen, take the Paladin Legion down here. Prepare the formation and wait for my order. Once my order is given, charge with all your might. Try to finish them off in one go." The downhill impact was even more powerful. Kalen didn't ask and directly jumped down from the rock. The other holy knights also jumped down. They were like paratroopers. To Luo Tian, they were airborne soldiers, a sharp knife. They all jumped down. Luo Tian said, "Old Black, hide yourself well. Don't let that Devil Sovereign discover you. Once he discovers you, I'm afraid he'll be the first to attack you. After all, you're also an Emperor Realm cultivator." Old Black's combat strength wasn't strong. He had spent his entire life on beast-taming skills. If he didn't have the protection of a powerful demon beast, he would be very weak. Old Black was moved and said, "Young master, don't worry. I can still take care of myself with my old bones." Luo Tian nodded, then said to Fatty Lu, "We're almost there. Let's go down as well." As he spoke, without waiting for Fatty Lu to speak, he grabbed his clothes and jumped down. Lu Zhan was so scared that his face turned pale, and he shouted loudly, "Boss, can you not do this in the future? How can I stand it if you do this?" He was a little afraid of heights. Luo Tian, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Beast tamer Old Black moved his idea and pulled the rock up. He flew to a higher place and disappeared in an instant. However, his idea was constantly searching for the Mountain Sea Demon sect. At the entrance of the valley, Huang Wanjian sneered, looked at the two black figures that fell from the sky, and said, "They're here." A 10,000 illusions realm. One of them is still in the Tai Yen realm, and 2 pieces of trash dare to barge into my Mountain Sea Demon sect. Today, I will let you know the power of the Mountain Sea Demon sect. Huang Wanjian said disdainfully. With a slight movement of his finger, he coldly said, "Demon Hall disciples, move out!" A sharp whistle sounded. Rustling sounds suddenly came from both sides of the valley. Sounds shuttled out and disappeared into the dark forest in the blink of an eye. Less than half a minute later, a whistle sounded from the depths of the forest. Huang Wanjian smiled slightly and said, "Found it! Send the order to the Demon Hall disciples. Kill, without mercy." A few whistles sounded. Immediately after, the sound of fighting came from the forest. However, these sounds were very dull, as if a heavy object had collided with a thick steel plate. It was so loud that it made people panic, the kind that made people unable to breathe. Huang Wanjian frowned slightly. A bunch of trash! The expressions of the 2 elders behind him also became ugly. One of them said, "Since when was there such a strong person among the students of Cloud Mist College? The Demon Hall disciples are all at the peak of the 10,000 illusions realm. How can the 2 of them be a match for more than 40 people? Moreover, the Demon Hall disciples were killed in less than 3 moves. This is too terrifying, isn't it? Could it be that the kid is hiding his cultivation? He wants to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. I think it's possible. His cultivation is definitely not at the 5th level of the 10,000 illusions. The 5th level of the 10,000 illusions realm crushed a group of experts at the peak of the 10,000 illusions realm. What kind of situation was this? It was impossible. Huang Wanjian didn't believe it either, but his intuition told him that Luo Tian didn't hide his cultivation. He stared at Deng Leigong, who was playing dead on the ground, and shouted, "Did he really defeat the purple-clothed elder in one move?" Deng Leigong's face darkened. He swallowed his saliva and nodded, saying, "Yes, it's true." Huang Wanjian's eyes turned, and he smiled coldly, saying, "Interesting. 10,000 illusions realm at the 5th level can kill someone at the peak of the 10,000 illusions realm instantly. Cloud Mist College is really the top college in the Middle State. Pass down my order. All the Demon Hall disciples retreat. Let the 2 of them come to the entrance of the valley. An elder immediately said, "Yes, sir." Then the whistle sounded. The Demon Hall disciples who were sent out quickly retreated. However, they wanted to retreat, but Luo Tian didn't agree. He sent a Demon Hall disciple flying with a punch. His figure moved, and he stepped on the head of the dying Demon Hall disciple, saying in disdain, "Damn it, you want to leave after showing off?" Did I agree? 9 votes for a chrysanthemum. Brothers, give old bull 9 votes. Chapter 1334. 10 minutes later. The forest quietened down. What's going on? There's so many Demon Hall disciples. Why didn't any of them come out? Also, those 2 brats seem to have disappeared. Why can't I sense their aura? An elder said anxiously. Indeed, the Demon Hall was the most elite disciple of the Mountain Sea Devil sect. Every single one of them had a cultivation base at the peak of the Myriad Illusion Realm, which was much higher than the cultivation bases of many of the Mountain Sea Demon sect's elders. Even in a first-rate demon sect, such strength was not weak. But in a short 10 minutes, not a single one had come out. Huang Wanjin's expression was ugly. It was very ugly. He was the same. Luo Tian's aura had disappeared. He had disappeared in front of him. He couldn't accept it. Another elder said doubtfully the Demon Hall disciples didn't come out. The 2 Cloud Mist College students didn't have any aura. Did they die together? That's possible. The elder in white immediately agreed. That's the only explanation. Huang Wanjin didn't believe it. However, he couldn't find any other explanation. He stared at Deng Leigong, who was pretending to be dead, and said, "Go to the forest and check it out." Me. Deng Leigong pretended to be seriously injured. "Sect Master, I'm injured," he didn't finish. Huang Wanjian raised his hand again and said coldly, "Are you going or not?" Leigong Deng quickly got up from the ground and ran into the jungle in front of him. There were corpses everywhere in the forest. The ground and trees were covered with corpses. They were all disciples of the Demon Hall. Deng Leigong was shocked. He didn't expect Luo Tian to be so powerful. All the Demon Hall disciples of the Mountain Sea Devil sect were no match for him. This made him hate Luo Tian even more. At the same time, he wanted to kill Luo Tian even more. If he didn't kill him now, Luo Tian wouldn't be able to kill him if he had more time. He checked the surroundings. When Deng Leigong was about to go back and report to Huang Wanjin, a cold body came out from the pile of corpses. Mother***her, I waited in the pile of corpses for half a day, and this piece of trash came. Fatty, Lu's dissatisfied voice rang out. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Trash is a little trash, but he came at the right time. Deng Leigong, the patriarchs of the 3 great clans are all dead. You're the only one left. They're waiting for you on the road to the underworld." Leigong Deng's face turned pale with fright. His lips trembled as he looked in Huang Wanjin's direction. He shouted in a trembling voice, "Sect leader Huang, save me, save me, save me." He was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He had no strength to fight at all. If even the disciples of the Devil Hall were no match for him, there was no need to mention his cultivation. Deng Leigong looked at Luo Tian with an apologetic smile and said, "Luo Tian, you have destroyed the Deng family and the 3 great clans. You have also avenged the House of Bai. Please spare my worthless life. Didn't you say that you would give me a chance in the Deng family?" Fear. He was incomparably terrified. Anyone would be afraid in the face of death, let alone Deng Leigong. Luo Tian smiled and said, "You want me to give you a chance?" Deng Leigong nodded and said, "Give me a chance. I will do whatever you want me to do. As long as you don't kill me, I will bring you to the Mountain Sea Valley and bring you to that demon sovereign. I know where he is. As long as you don't kill me, Luo Tian smiled playfully and asked Fatty, do you want to poop? Huh. Lu Zhan shook his head and said, I don't feel anything at the moment. Luo Tian said, damn, you eat the most barbecued meat. How come you don't even have poop? Lu Zhan scratched his head and said, then I'll try and see if I can get some. What do you want to do with poop? Luo Tian looked at Deng Leigong. Lu Zhan immediately smiled excitedly and said, give me a few minutes. A few minutes later, Lu Zhan dragged a big leaf in his hand and hugged the hot poop that he had just pooped. The poop that just came out of the pot is here. I've been eating too, well, recently. The poop is a little smelly, It was more than smelly. It was simply smelly. Luo Tian pinched his nose and said to Deng Leigong, don't you want a chance to live? Eat it. Leigong Deng's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He kept calling Huang Wanjian for help, but Huang Wanjian ignored him. He clenched his teeth, grabbed the steaming hot poop that Lu Zhan handed to him, and swallowed it in one big gulp. That expression. He almost fainted from the stench. He really ate it. Damn, this is too disgusting. Lu Zhan felt a chill and hurriedly took a few steps back to keep a distance from Deng Leigong. Luo Tian looked up at the sky. Uncle Bai Chi, those who killed you are all dead. Deng Leigong will go to hell soon. I will definitely find Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong and take good care of them. Rest in peace. Hearing this, Deng Leigong opened his eyes and looked at Luo Tian angrily. Luo Tian, you didn't keep your word. Because he was too angry. Another big mouthful of poop came out of his mouth. When he spoke, he directly spat out a lot of it. Smelling the stench, Deng Leigong's stomach rolled. He couldn't hold it in any more. Wah wah. He almost vomited out his stomach acid. Luo Tian didn't give him a chance to speak. I said that I would spare your life if you ate the poop. Now that you have spat out all the poop, I am very dissatisfied with your performance, so go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice. The power in his body suddenly erupted, and he took a step forward. Boom! The ground shook slightly. With a move of his fist, the strength chi wreaked havoc and directly smashed through Deng Leigong's chest. His body flew out in a parabola. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! He directly landed at Huang Wanjin's feet. Deng Leigong's eyes bulged out as he said two words in a deep voice, revenge. His body twitched a few times. He was dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Deng Leigong, the system sounded out. Luo Tian didn't care about it at all. In the past, killing Deng Leigong might have dropped something, but now that his cultivation was completely above Deng Leigong's, even if it dropped, it would be trash. Looking around, it was impossible to ambush the Mountain Sea Demon sect leader. Luo Tian looked in the direction of the Mountain Sea Valley and said faintly, "Let's go!" Lu Zhan summoned the rainbow bow and laughed. "I couldn't hold it in any longer." Huff! Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and held it in for a long time. "Next time you shit, you better go 10 kilometers away. It's really too smelly." Lu Zhan was startled, then laughed out loud. Huang Wanjian's eyes turned sinister. His eyes filled with killing intent. He looked at the corpse on the ground and kicked it away, useless thing. Then he shouted towards the forest, "Get the hell out here!" The first chapter had been delivered. Chapter 1335. F***CK off. Before Huang Wanjian could finish his sentence, 2 people slowly walked out of the forest. Lu Zhan scolded back loudly. Seeing Luo Tian and Lu Zhan walk out, Huang Wanjian's expression became even colder. He said coldly, "The 2 of you will die here today. Even if you're a Cloud Mist College student, you'll still die today." He was extremely angry. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Everyone said that to me. Your Demon Hall disciple said that, and so did Deng Leigong. We're still alive and well, but they're just like you said. They're dead." His voice was filled with mockery. Huang Wanjian became even angrier. His face turned purple. Brat, I hope your cultivation is as powerful as your mouth. How dare you be so arrogant in my mountain sea demon sect? You must be tired of living. Luo Tian smiled and said, The one who's tired of living is not me, but you. As a demon sect member, you actually colluded with demons. Demons should be killed by everyone, but you gave the mountain sea demon sect away and massacred the surrounding cities. Millions of innocent people were killed. Huang Wanjian, you've really reached the end of your life. Luo Tian's voice became colder and colder. Blood flowed like rivers in the surrounding cities, like Lingyun City. Millions of lives were massacred. If Lingyun City wasn't a subsidiary of the mountain sea demon sect, it probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Luo Tian could ignore all of this. However, he couldn't ignore Boundless City. Just as Deng Leigong said, as long as they took down Boundless City, they could use it as a base to invade Cloud, Mist City. They could do anything else, but they couldn't destroy Boundless City. Huang Wanjian's expression turned cold. Indeed, the demon sect had already removed the mountain sea demon sect from the demon sect. They were already discussing how to attack him, not to mention the demon sect. The mountain sea demon sect had become the target of public criticism. However, Huang Wanjian didn't regret it. A wise man submits to circumstances. Anyone who saw the Demon King would choose to stand with him, because that was the only way to survive. He believed that the evil demons would have the last laugh. Shortly after, Huang Wanjian laughed coldly and said, From your tone, it sounds like you were sent by Cloud Mist College to suppress me. Luo Tian said, There is no need for anyone to send a crusade against you. He thought to himself, Only a ghost would have the time to suppress you. If it weren't for the fact that you wanted to touch Boundless City, I wouldn't have the leisure to talk nonsense with you here. The selection is going to start the day after tomorrow, and I'm still talking nonsense here. It's really a pain in the ass. Huang Wanjian smiled and said, Good, good, good. You are the first person to attack my mountain sea devil sect. I initially thought that you were only here to take revenge on the family heads of Lingyun City. Now, it seems that you are here for my mountain sea devil sect. Lu Zhan, who was at the side, was getting impatient. Stop blabbering. We're here to take your life. Let's fight. My arrows are already thirsting for blood. An old man beside Huang Wanjian was enraged. He rushed out and shouted, Little fatty, I think you're courting death. His hands moved. Thousands of palm prints filled the air, and each palm print seemed to be real. They sealed Lu Zhan's entire body. He didn't give him any room to retreat. It was just that he didn't expect that Lu Zhan didn't have any intention of retreating at all. He drew his bow and pulled the bowstring to a full moon. He wasn't in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, he loosened his fingers. An arrow shot out. 10,000 shadow arrow technique. The arrow that was shot out suddenly turned into tens of thousands of arrows, and each arrow seemed to be real. Whoosh, 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 asterisk, whoosh, 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 asterisk, whoosh, 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 asterisk. It was a black mass. These arrows all contained a dense archery bloodline and carried the elemental attribute. Thousands of palm prints to seal me? Then have a taste of my 10,000 shadow arrows first. Lu Zhan picked his nose, flicked the booger out of his finger, grinned excitedly and said, Explode for me! The tens of thousands of arrows in the sky instantly exploded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thousands of palm prints disappeared without a trace. There were still more than 9,000 arrows that were rapidly converging towards one point. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably thick arrow, like an arrow that was as tall as a towering tree and directly shot down. Ah! The old man's face turned pale, and he staggered back in fear. He had never encountered such a strange archery technique before, and he fled as if he had seen a ghost. It was just that His speed was too slow. Sect Master, save me, save me. Quickly save me, bam. Rumble! With a loud sound, the huge arrow directly shot his body into the soil and buried him. Dead. Luo Tian was slightly startled and thought to himself, I didn't expect Fatty's cultivation to increase by so much in this 1 month. His archery skills are getting better and better, and his control of the elements is also getting more and more pure. It seems that after awakening his archery bloodline, he will become even stronger. It was really something to look forward to. Luo Tian was improving. Fatty Lu was the same. On the surface, he was laughing and joking, but in fact, he had never stopped cultivating. In the past, he was a cultivation maniac, but now he was 100 times crazier than before. He knew in his heart that if he didn't work hard, how could he keep up with Luo Tian's footsteps? He would only become a burden to Luo Tian. He didn't want that. He wanted to follow Luo Tian because Luo Tian had brought him a different life. Lu Zhan said in an incomparably domineering manner, Damn it, calling me a little fatty, am I fat? My body is only slightly swollen. How can you call me fat? How can a handsome man like me be fat? Huang Wanjian coldly glanced at him. Useless trash! You have completely lost the face of the Mountain Sea Devil sect. No matter what, he was still an elder of the Mountain Sea Devil sect. He died just like that. Wasn't this too shameful? Luo Tian looked at Huang Wanjian and said, Stop talking nonsense. It's time to send you on your way, but before I send you on your way, I would like to ask, so many people from the Mountain Sea Devil sect have died. Why haven't I seen that demon sovereign? At this time he should have come out. Huang Wanjian sneered and said, How can trash like you have the qualifications to see Lord Jizun? Brat, you have made me very angry, very angry. There is only one outcome for angering me. Not waiting for him to finish. With a thought, Luo Tian said, Lock on. Then, the system sounded out. Ding! Target locked. After hearing the system beep, Luo Tian did not say a word and bellowed, God, explosion! The instant kill attribute doubled. Luo Tian looked at Huang Wanjian, who still had a look of disdain on his face, and said, Just scram to hell! Divine flame. Boom! Monthly votes, monthly votes. It's the end of the month. The old cow doesn't want her chrysanthemum to explode one after another. Brothers, those who still have monthly votes, please support the old cow. Chapter 1336. Divine fire, get ready. There was no consideration at all. I'll blast you first. Luo Tian moved his palm and shot out the divine fire. Huang Wanjian sneered in disdain. You have the cheek to use such a fire elemental technique that has no attack power. Don't tell me that Cloud Mist College doesn't impart any better techniques to you. Today, I'll let you know what a fire elemental technique is. Fiery Sun, 9 changes. Huang Wanjian's body suddenly emitted a scorching flame. The flame formed 9 pythons. His eyes turned ferocious as he aimed at Luo Tian and shouted, Tear him apart! Boom! 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 The flame pythons flew out. However, at this moment, the attack of the divine fire had already arrived. Luo Tian frowned. He moved his feet and rushed out quickly. He did not release his bloodline power, nor did he use any divine artifacts or Dharma treasures. He wanted to see if he could kill Huang Wanjian, who was at the Saint Spirit realm. Once the divine fire appeared, even if it did not kill him instantly, it would interrupt Huang Wanjian's 9 flame pythons technique and cause him to faint temporarily. Therefore, Luo Tian was not worried about the attack of the 9 flame pythons. His speed was surprisingly fast as he clenched his fists tightly. However, then something unexpected happened. The divine fire landed. Huang Wanjian's eyebrows shook. What can such a low-level flame do to me? Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed abruptly. His body felt extremely hot. This kind of heat was completely different from the ardent sun's 9 transformations that he cultivated. His internal organs felt like they were burning, incinerating everything in his body to nothing. His skin was cracking. Flames seeped out from the cracks. In just a few seconds, Huang Wanjian turned into a flaming man. It actually triggered an instant kill. Luo Tian was a little surprised. He had not triggered it once in a month. He did not expect that the sect master of the Mountain Sea Devil sect would encounter it. He could only say that he did not check the almanac when he went out. He deserved it. How can this be? What is this? What did you do to me? Huang Wanjian screamed in fear. The flame had entered his sea of consciousness and was burning it. He was incomparably terrified. In the end, he screamed, "Lord Supreme Being, save me! Lord Supreme Being! Lord Supreme Being! Quick, quick, save me!" The sky suddenly darkened. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly, and he became extremely cautious. Lu Zhan also quickly moved closer to Luo Tian and said, "What a powerful demonic aura! I'm afraid some demonic sovereign has appeared." Everything around him became dim, as if it was being crushed by some kind of powerful force. Luo Tian's state of mind was the same. He was inexplicably agitated, and the heaven-overturning divine seal stone in his body began to vibrate violently. Luo Tian was even more certain that the demon sovereign had arrived. Huang Wanjian turned into a flaming man and fled in all directions. He shouted for help. "Lord Supreme Martial Artist, save me!" Boom! A black shadow descended. It had the head of a snake, the body of a human, and black scales. Its hands were like claws, and its eyes were green. Its entire body was emitting a black, evil aura that was extremely oppressive. Nine Snake King, Demon Sovereign. He was once one of the 8 generals under the ancient king, and he was killed by the combined efforts of 8 Peak Emperor Realm experts. As soon as he appeared, Luo Tian instantly felt that it was difficult to breathe. 9 Snake King's green pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at Luo Tian. In an instant, Luo Tian's eyes lost their light and instantly dimmed. Fantasy Fairy immediately released a force that directly entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. "Guard your heart. That guy has a very powerful eye power. You must be careful. Don't look into his eyes, or you will be controlled by him." Fantasy Fairy's power forced 9 Snake Kings' eye power out of Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Luo Tian regained consciousness and immediately looked elsewhere. He said to Lu Zhan, "Don't look into his eyes." "Ah, interesting. You are the first to escape from my eye power. I once said that if anyone can escape from my eye power, I will give them a chance to pledge their loyalty to me." The 9 Snake Kings' sharp tongue flickered gently as a sinister power radiated from his body. Not far from him, Huang Wanjian was still alive and was still struggling. He didn't even look at him as he revealed an evil smile and said to Luo Tian, "How about it? As long as you nod your head, you will be the new sect master of the Mountain Sea Devil sect. You will get everything you want. A mere cloud, mist college, can't stop me at all. No one in the entire central continent can stop me. When I find the Devil Queen, the entire ancient continent will be ours. The person who killed our great devil lord will suffer irreparable harm. His soul will forever be a slave of the devil lord, never to be reincarnated." While talking, his eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't know that the Luo Tian in front of him was the murderer of their devil lord. "Sovereign, Lord, save me." Huang Wanjian was already lying on the ground, and he was still crawling towards 9 Snake King's side. 9 Snake King glared at him, useless trash. An evil aura shot out like a ghost. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Huang Wanjian's body instantly disappeared, and only a ghost-like cry could be heard from the depths of the ground. In the end, there was no more sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Huang Wanjian for gaining experience. A notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind, and a few good items dropped. However, right now, he didn't have the mind to care about what Huang Wanjian dropped, but all of his attention was on how to kill 9 Snake King. This was because Nine Snake King's body was emitting a purple boss light, and then Luo Tian only had a year's time to kill the demons. Since they had met, then, no matter what, he had to think of a way to kill him. The Nine Snake King's tongue flicked out like lightning. He looked at Luo Tian, who was deep in thought, and gently smiled. You only have one chance. If you miss it, you'll disappear from this world forever, just like that piece of trash earlier. You need to consider this carefully. He was one of the few evil demon sovereigns in the central region. He needed to expand his power and prepare to find the demon queen. If a demon army gathered together, no one in the ancient continent would be able to stop them. This was also the reason why he wanted to control the mountain sea demon sect. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, avoiding Nine Snake King's gaze, and laughed lightly. My choice is... As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's footsteps were extremely fast. The black dragon divine sword in his hand slashed through the air and slashed forward, shouting in a deep voice, My choice is to send you to hell. Nine Snake King was startled at first, but when he saw the black dragon divine sword in Luo Tian's hand, his expression immediately became sinister. Why is Lord's divine weapon in your hands? Could it be? Could it be? You killed Lord? He roared. No matter what, you have to die. Those who liked this kind of novel could read Old Cow's complete novel, Invincible Upgrade. There was an update at night. Chapter 1337. The Death of the Ancient King in Exchange for the Resurrection of the Demons. Every evil spirit inherited the will of the Ancient King. At the same time, the Ancient King was also setting up a very big trap. Once he succeeded, then he would be resurrected and reappear in this world. However, he had to rely on the demon army and the demon queen, who had yet to appear. You guessed right. I was the one who killed your demon master. You will also die in my hands. Luo Tian didn't hide it. Moreover, he was determined to kill, so he suddenly attacked. One had to know that he was only at the Myriad Illusion realm, while Nine Snake King was a super powerhouse at the Emperor realm. Nine Snake King couldn't understand. My Lord's divine power is boundless. He passed the heavenly tribulation, condensed the divine spark, and has an immortal lifespan. How could he die in the hands of trash like you? Nine Snake King didn't believe that Luo Tian could kill the Ancient King, but his killing intent didn't weaken at all. The person who killed my lord is definitely not you, but you must have something to do with this matter. Otherwise, the Black Dragon Divine sword wouldn't have appeared in your hands, so you still have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Nine Snake King's figure disappeared. Bang! A lightning strike. Luo Tian's entire body was instantly sent flying. It was too fast. The disparity in strength was too great. Luo Tian didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. Even Fantasy Fairy didn't have time to remind him. Bang, 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 6 or 7 towering trees were broken in a row. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the surroundings were a mess. Lu Zhan's eyes moved, and 2 fingers moved. Before he could shoot an arrow, his body was dragged into the air by a force and thrown several kilometers away. Get lost. Huff! Huff! Luo Tian got up from the ground with difficulty. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he muttered to himself, This is the power of the Emperor Realm! So strong. Really strong. The difference between the Emperor Realm and the Holy Spirit Realm was like heaven and earth. Facing a Holy Spirit Realm master, Luo Tian could still resist and even counterattack. But facing an Emperor Realm Master, he couldn't even react in time and was sent flying. He immediately thought of the Crown Prince of Haijia. Luo Tian's heart sank. Nine Snake King was slightly surprised to see Luo Tian crawling up from the ground. He sneered and said, I didn't expect that a trash of the 10,000 illusions realm like you could cultivate your physical body to such a level. You can actually withstand one of my attacks. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. 7th level physical body. Their bodies could reach the Saint Spirit realm. However, It's useless no matter how strong your physical body is. Your cultivation is too low. 9 Snake King sneered in disdain and said, "The black dragon godly sword in your hands is simply an insult. This is an insult to my lord." In an instant, 9 Snake King's figure seemed to have teleported. In less than half a breath's time, he stood in front of Luo Tian. Looking down at him from above, he stared at Luo Tian and laughed sinisterly, saying, "Die!" He stretched out his hand, like a spirit snake coming out of its hole. It directly attacked Luo Tian's throat. Luo Tian grinned. "Is the distance close enough?" Then, with a flip of his right palm, he shouted angrily, "Heaven flipping divine seal, suppress for me!" The heaven flipping divine seal stone, which had long been hungry and thirsty, could not hold it in any longer. Luo Tian's idea moved, and it directly flew out from his palm. With a flip in the air, an incomparably large amount of evil-suppressing power was released, directly crushing 9 Snake King's entire body to the point of trembling, as if his soul was about to rush out of his body. Mournful screams continued to ring out. "Heaven flipping divine seal. How could you possibly have the heaven flipping divine seal?" 9 Snake King's face was incomparably pale. He held his head with both hands and stared at Luo Tian in pain. That kind of gaze was as if he wanted to swallow Luo Tian whole. Luo Tian smiled slightly. "I told you before, your demon lord died in my hands. Don't worry, you'll see him later. It's only been a few days. If you move a little faster, you should be able to catch up to him. Ha ha ha." Standing up, he looked at the heaven flipping divine seal stone in the sky, and his heart trembled. "I didn't expect this stone to be so powerful. It's simply the nemesis of the evil demon, suppressing it in an instant." Fantasy Fairy said, "Of course, it's the origin stone that evolved into the ancient continent, and even the ancient king can suppress it. A mere 8 ancient evil demon generals is nothing. But rumor has it that 9 Snake King has 9 lives and 9 transformations. You have to be careful. You can't let him escape. Once he escapes and spreads the news of you killing the ancient king, the evil demon experts from the other continents will all rush into the central continent to hunt you down. When the evil demon resurrected, they only knew that the ancient king was dead. They used a supreme technique to resurrect him. As for who killed the ancient king, they didn't know. This was also the reason why they wanted to find the demon queen. Only the reincarnated demon queen would know who killed the ancient king. Once 9 Snake King escaped, Luo Tian would be in real danger. However, would Luo Tian let him escape? That was impossible. Otherwise, Luo Tian wouldn't be so stupid as to tell him that. "Kylie, get ready." Luo Tian moved his mind. On the hillside, Kylie pulled out the divine radiant sword, and then waved it, pointing to a direction, and shouted in a deep voice, "Charge!" Rumble, rumble. The werewolf knights rushed over. 9 Snake King sneered and shouted, "The heaven-turning divine seal stone can only suppress me. It can't kill me. With just a piece of trash like you, it's impossible for you to kill me. Ha ha ha. Once I escape, you will suffer the endless pursuit of our evil demon tribe. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian laughed. "Did you hear anything?" Rumble, rumble. The earth was shaking as if a magnificent army was charging over. 9 Snake King was suppressed by the heaven-turning divine seal stone. His cultivation was completely suppressed, and he could not release it at all. Therefore, he did not sense that the werewolf knights were rushing over from afar, and sneered, "What sound is that? Even if there are 10,000 pieces of trash like you, you still won't be able to kill me." "Is that so?" Luo Tian smiled faintly. At this moment, Kylie's paladins had arrived. "Charge!" The werewolf roared, and every paladin released their strongest attack, directly trampling on 9 Snake King's body. An attack came down. 9 Snake King died once. A notification sounded every day. Luo Tian immediately said, "Attack again." A moment later, Nine Snake King resurrected on the spot and laughed wildly. I told you, you can't kill me. However, Luo Tian sneered and said, Nine Snake King, 9 lives, right? Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after dying 8 times. Paladin, charge! Nine Snake King, who was suppressed by the sky-flipping divine sealstone, had no room to resist at all. He was attacked again and again and died again and again. When he was resurrected for the 8th time, his face turned ashen. He didn't even have a single monthly ticket for one night. The old cow's heart was about to break. Chapter 1338. One last time, Nine Snake King was so scared that he peed his pants. He, who had already died once, did not want to experience the feeling of death again. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance on his face. He directly gave up his self-esteem and knelt in front of Luo Tian, saying, Don't kill me. I am willing to submit to you and be loyal to you forever. Please don't kill me. Having died once, he knew the terror of death. Moreover, he reckoned that he would never have the chance to live again after this death. Luo Tian gently raised his hand to signal Kai Lin not to attack and said with a smile, I can spare your life, but I have a few questions I want to know. Nine Snake King immediately said, Ask, as long as I know, I will tell you as long as you don't kill me. The feeling of being crushed by the heaven-turning divine seal stone was too uncomfortable. He finally knew why the demon lord who had condensed his divine deity would be crushed by the heaven-turning divine seal stone to the point of being unable to move. Luo Tian asked, Once your demon lord died, how many evil sovereigns like you were resurrected? He wanted to complete this super mission of killing the evil demons, get the reward of the reincarnation technique. But Luo Tian did not know anything about this mission, so now was the best opportunity to understand. Nine Snake King quickly replied, 8 evil demon generals, 16 protectors, 32 demonic fiends, 64 heavenly dipper kings, 108 demon envoys, and finally the demon queen. The lineup is quite strong, Luo Tian muttered and continued to ask. Other than the 8 evil demon generals, how are the other evil demons' cultivations? And who is the demon queen you mentioned? Nine Snake King did not hide anything and said, Other than the 108 demon envoys who are at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, the other evil demons are all at the Emperor realm. As for the demon queen's cultivation, I don't know either. Huh. Luo Tian said, You are one of the 8 evil demon generals. How can you not know the demon queen's cultivation? Seeing Luo Tian's displeasure, Nine Snake King hurriedly said, I really don't know. The infernal queen didn't resurrect like us. She reincarnated. I don't even know where she is, much less her cultivation. From his expression, Luo Tian knew that he was not lying to him. If none of you know that the infernal queen is reincarnated, how are you to find her? How do you demons communicate with each other across the 5 continents, unable to contact him? After all of us demons are resurrected, there's only one thing we need to do, and that is to find the reincarnated demon empress. As long as we find her, she will use her supreme divine ability to contact us. At that time, the demon army will be assembled in a short period of time. Nine Snake King looked at Luo Tian and said, I have told you everything I know. You have to keep your word. Besides, he looked up at the heaven reversing divine seal stone that was suppressing him and continued. Once the heaven reversing divine seal stone is used, it will immediately attract other demon powerhouses. One heaven reversing divine seal stone can only suppress one demon. Even if you have a group of powerful werewolves, they're nothing in the face of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Are you threatening me? Luo Tian smiled faintly. Nine Snake King's expression immediately changed as he said, I am just reminding you that the heaven reversing divine seal stone has the power to suppress demons. At the same time, once it is used, it will immediately be sensed by other demons. At that time, you will be in danger. It could suppress demons, and at the same time it could also attract demons. Luo Tian had not thought about this. Fantasy Fairy said he is right. The heaven reversing divine seal stone can indeed attract demons. Luo Tian, do what you want to do as soon as possible. Don't delay any longer. I know, Luo Tian responded. Then, with a slight movement of his finger, he said to Karen, "Attack again!" Nine Snake King's face was instantly filled with anger as he roared, "You despicable villain! Didn't you say that as long as I told you everything you would spare my life? How can you go back on your word?" Naive. Luo Tian smiled playfully and said, "I never said that I would let you go from the beginning to the end. And you also know that I didn't kill you. The ones who killed you are them. If you have the ability, run." Karen moved her long sword and shouted in a deep voice, "Attack!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. The werewolf cavalry charged over like a bolt of lightning. Nine Snake King's face turned livid as he roared, "Despicable human! Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Ah." He was so angry that he cried out loudly. But even if he screamed until his throat broke, it was useless. Under the suppression of the heaven-turning divine seal, he could not use any of his cultivation. He was completely a cripple. "You will die. The ancient continent will flow with rivers of blood. Ha ha ha. Brat, you will die a miserable death." Do you think your heaven-turning divine seal stone can suppress all evil spirits? The reason why the Infernal Queen reincarnated is to resist the evil-suppressing power of the heaven-flipping divine seal stone. She will lead an army of demons to flatten the entire continent. Master will descend upon this world again. Just wait and tremble. Ha! Nine Snake King laughed savagely. After the laughter, there were screams. Next, his body was trampled into meat paste by the werewolves. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Nine Snake King for obtaining 180,000,000 experience, 1 million essence chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 9 spirit snake transformations. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining, at the moment of Nine Snake King's death, his soul tried to escape, but it was devoured by the ancient tree. The towering tree in his mind faintly became stronger. Although it was just a little bit, Luo Tian could clearly sense it. It became stronger again. Luo Tian was overjoyed. Looking at the experience bar, he sighed and muttered to himself, "Damn, killing an Emperor Realm Master gives me 8 billion experience, but I need 2 billion to level up. Will I have to hunt Emperor Realm Masters to level up in the future? Isn't that too difficult? If not for the heaven-turning divine seal stone, Luo Tian and the others would not be a match for Nine Snake King. He had the heaven-turning divine seal stone to deal with the demon sovereign. But what about other Emperor Realm Masters? What about the Haijia Emperor Realm Masters? What about the Haijia Crown Prince? What could he rely on? The Rainbow Divine Stone? He did not have the time to refine it now, nor could he grasp the power of creation. He could not use it at all. Luo Tian secretly tensed up. I have to go to the Abyss Academy as soon as possible. I must get the shadow or to forge a dark weapon to increase the instant kill rate of the divine fire. Also, I have to cultivate my physical body as soon as possible. The Dragon God Forbidden technique will definitely be able to crush Emperor Realm Masters." Kai Lin stood behind Luo Tian and asked, "What do we do now?" Luo Tian looked at the mountain sea demon sect and said, "Kill, don't leave a single one alive. If you want to cut the grass, you have to remove the roots." There will be an update later. Chapter 1339. The sound of killing filled the air. No one was left alive. Any living person could pose a threat to Boundless City. Luo Tian's methods were much more decisive than before. He would not show the slightest bit of mercy to his enemies. Blood flowed like a river in the mountain sea valley. In the sky above the mountain sea valley, a few devil sect experts stopped and watched. One of them, a handsome man in his 20s, had a look of disdain on his face as he said coldly, "He is Luo Tian, the student from the Cloud Mist College who possesses the divine rank bloodline? I don't think so. He's only at the 5th level of the myriad illusions." A cyan-clothed old man faintly said, "Gee, he is indeed still a bit lacking for you. However, you shouldn't look down on him. In just a year's time, he ascended from a low-level plane into the ancient world to become a rank 5 myriad phantoms. This kind of speed is something that even the High Family's crown prince wouldn't be able to achieve. Moreover, you also saw it just now. 9 Snake King was played to death by him, just like that. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had the overturning Heaven Divine Seal Stone, they still wouldn't be able to achieve what he did. This time he will definitely participate in the exchange between the 2 academies. If the Crown Prince of Hyjia doesn't participate, he might very well be one of your strongest opponents." Ji Yi's expression changed slightly as he stared at Luo Tian, who was fighting with all his might in the valley. A hint of disdain appeared in his eyes as he said coldly, "My target is the Crown Prince of Hyjia. I don't even put him in my eyes." "Ha ha ha, arrogant enough. No Return is the only disciple of the Devil Sect's primordial origin, Grand Venerable." The old man in green laughed. He originally wanted to let him know more about Luo Tian, but he did not put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. This was not arrogance, but absolute confidence. One had to know that the Cloud Mist College had the Crown Prince of Hyjia. The Abyss Academy also had a monster. This monster had always been hidden away, and not many people knew about it. His talent was infinitely close to the divine rank. Moreover, his cultivation had also reached the Emperor realm. He was not weaker than the Crown Prince of Hyjia. Among the younger generation, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the entire continent. This time, the Abyss Academy wanted him to shine brightly. At this time when the demons were wreaking havoc in the world, his rise was even more sensational. The green-robed old man glanced at him and said, "The Mountain Sea Demon sect is about to be destroyed. We don't need to go down anymore. I wanted to bring you out to train, but it seems like I have to find someone else." "Gee," he said, "why don't I go down and get rid of him now?" "There is no audience here. Even if you kill him, it won't cause a sensation. If you want to shock the world with one battle, this is a very good opportunity for you to rise up. Moreover, it is also the time for the Abyss College to increase its influence." Ji Yi faintly smiled. He took a glance at Luo Tian under his feet and said with disdain, "I'll spare your dog life for now. I hope you won't disappoint me. You must come to the social gathering. Before I face the High Family's Crown Prince, I'll first trample your divine tier talent on the ground and make you unable to crawl back up. This will be very fun. Ha ha ha." The 2 figures disappeared like shooting stars. At the moment when they disappeared, Fantasy Fairy exhaled and said, "They're gone." Luo Tian also relaxed slightly. People from the Devil Sect, 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses. As soon as they appeared, Fantasy Fairy had sensed 2 powerful auras. Luo Tian pretended not to know anything at that time and kept killing. Fantasy Fairy said, "Well, one of them is about the same age as you, but his cultivation is in the Emperor Realm. The Abyss Academy has hidden it well. If you participate in the exchange between the 2 academies, I'm afraid he will be your number 1 opponent." Luo Tian grinned and said, "No matter who it is, don't even think about stopping me. No one can stop me." In the evening, Luo Tian returned to Immeasurable City. "Uncle Dongfang, from now on, you are the city lord of Immeasurable City," Luo Tian said. At the same time, he said to the other disciples of the House of Bai, "You must wholeheartedly support Uncle Dongfang." "Yes, sir." Luo Tian continued. "She is Kai Lin, the commander of the guards of Immeasurable City. She will train a group of knights in Immeasurable City. If you don't listen, she will be very ruthless. And him, Uncle Black. He is the supreme venerable of Immeasurable City. He will also train you. Immediately after, Luo Tian said to Dongfang Shua, Uncle Dongfang, don't announce the addition of Uncle Black and Kai Lin's paladin squad. Immeasurable City is still a gold force. For now, it was better to keep a low profile. With the addition of the Beast Tamer Elder and Kai Lin's paladin squad, Immeasurable City could now be upgraded to a king force. A normal king family might not have such a force. However, Luo Tian did not want to reveal his strength too quickly. Otherwise, the Haijia would definitely surround and kill him. The current Immeasurable City needed time to develop, especially the paladin squad. After giving these instructions, Luo Tian did not stay for long. Tomorrow was the day of the exchange, so he had to rush back. City Gate. Luo Tian said, Uncle Black, Kai Lin, Uncle Dongfang, I'll leave Immeasurable City to you. I don't have much time, so I hope that you can quickly make Immeasurable City stronger. You are my strongest trump card, my strongest force in conquering this continent. Once they were developed, they would indeed be Luo Tian's strongest force. The three of them nodded their heads. Kai Lin said, Do not worry. I will do my best to train them. I will quickly train a paladin squad. Leading a paladin squad was Kai Lin's wish. In the past, the Vatican only used them as tools to kill people. She never had a chance to fulfill this wish. Now that Luo Tian had given her a chance, she would do her best to fulfill it. Luo Tian also believed in their strength. Beast Tamer Old Black's beast taming ability. He believed that he would be able to develop a batch of lightning silver wolves soon. Kai Lin's training ability was unquestionable. If not, her paladin squad would not be so obedient. Dongfang Shua's management ability. The three of them were like Luo Tian's three-horse carriage. They complemented one another and could display the strongest strength. Luo Tian kept all the god weapons and spirit treasures that dropped from the space ring. Development needed time and money. All of this needed to be used for development. This was a huge amount of support. Luckily, it was Luo Tian. If not, who would be able to take it? After handing over everything, Luo Tian turned around and looked in the direction of Misty Cloud City. Let's return to Cloud Mist College. He took a step out. Lu Zhan and the Saint Lady swiftly followed. Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian's courtyard. Huang Fuya pouted, her eyes filled with endless longing. Stinking pervert, it's been almost a month and you still haven't come back. You don't know how much Sister Yunmeng is worried about you. Humph. You don't know how much I'm worried about you. The little girl was in love. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 1340. It's starting. Yesterday, many of the geniuses who were taught a lesson by the super talents have come out of seclusion. They are all going to participate in this year's selection competition. They are the most abnormal existences in the Cloud Mist Academy. Moreover, this year, the demons are wreaking havoc in the world. I heard that in this year's exchange, there will be a selection of freshman teams formed by the two great academies to resist the demon army. This is a good opportunity to become famous. Who do you think will be the champion this year? Needless to say, of course, it will be those geniuses with super talent. You have to know that the secret training ground of Cloud Mist College is the strongest secret realm in the central continent. It can rapidly increase one's cultivation. Who can be their match? That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten that there is a super genius with divine grade talent among the freshmen this year? He is even more talented than the Prince of Haijia. Are you talking about Luo Tian, who has the bloodline of the four mythical beasts? His talent is indeed amazing, but don't forget that talent alone is useless. He also needs strength. He was only at the beginner stage of the Taiyan realm a month ago. How much can he improve in a month? Also, don't forget that he doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in this selection competition. How can he participate without points? That's right. In the martial arts arena of Cloud Mist College, heads were moving and it was bustling with noise and excitement. This year's selection competition was especially important. In addition to Cloud Mist College, All the major forces in Cloud Mist City also sent their disciples from Cloud Mist College to participate. Demons wreaking havoc. This was an excellent opportunity. No one would miss the opportunity to increase their family's reputation. Haijia was even more impossible. Mission Hall. In front of Chunlei, Luo Tian frowned and asked again, "I've completed the mission. Now, you should give me the points." Chunlei was the elder of the mission hall. He looked at Luo Tian with a smile and said, "Luo Tian, it's not that I don't want to give you the points. You said that you completed the ancient king's mission, but you didn't bring his corpse back. How can I believe you? You should at least show some evidence, right? How can I give you points if there's no evidence to prove that you completed the mission? Even if I'm willing to give you points, what if some random person comes to claim that they completed the mission? I can't give them points, can I?" He was an elder of the mission hall and was in charge of the distribution of points. In order to complete the mission, he had to produce evidence. The description of the mission was very clear. Luo Tian knew all of this, but the ancient king's body had been reduced to dust. So where was he going to find a new body? How could he prove himself? Even if he took out the overturning Heaven Divine Seal Stone and the Rainbow Divine Stone, Chunlei would still not admit it. Today he was here to make things difficult for Luo Tian and prevent him from participating in this exchange. This was also the mission given to him by Haijia. Lu Zhan immediately scolded when he heard the words Tom, Dick, and Harry. "Who are you calling Tom, Dick, and Harry?" On the other side, Brother Jian Ting also said unhappily, if Luo Tian said he completed it, he must have completed it. Otherwise, how could those demons who died tens of thousands of years ago be resurrected? As early as last night, when Luo Tian rushed back, Jian Ting went to apologize. He specifically apologized for what happened last time. Chunlei sneered and said the resurrection of the demons was indeed done by the ancient king, and the ancient king is indeed dead. But who can prove that it was done by Luo Tian? What kind of cultivation does he have? Even a peak-level venerable master wouldn't dare to say that he could do it. How could a piece of trash like him do it? Even a ghost wouldn't believe it. It was getting closer and closer to the start of the exchange. If he couldn't get points before then, Luo Tian wouldn't be qualified to participate, because his divine talent wasn't recorded in the records. Even if he was qualified to participate with divine talent, it was too late. Boom! Luo Tian was instantly enraged. He released a strong aura and took a step forward. Bang! The thick blue stone floor shook, and a power stripe visible to the naked eye shot out. He stared directly at Chunlei and said coldly, "If you say the slightest insult again, I'll make you lie down." His tone was extremely cold. Luo Tian was angry at the beginning. At the same time, he also knew very well that Chunlei was a Haijia man. He was here to deliberately make things difficult for him and prevent him from participating in this exchange. Luo Tian wouldn't be polite to a Haijia man. Chunlei wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sneered contemptuously. He wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it. He was now a Haijia man and Haijia was his backer. Who dared to touch him? He sneered and said, "Luo Tian, you're threatening the elder. You violated the school rules. You son of a bitch!" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian took another step forward. His right hand reached out and grabbed Chunlei's collar. He lifted him up and pushed him down. Glaring at him, he said coldly, "Are you challenging my bottom line?" As soon as his voice faded, he smashed it heavily. Rumble, rumble. He smashed Chunlei to the ground in an extremely domineering manner. His mouth was full of blood and his face was extremely pale. In just a month's time, Luo Tian's cultivation had skyrocketed. He was now not afraid of Chunlei at all. Chunlei never dreamed that Luo Tian would dare to make a move on him. He also didn't expect Luo Tian's cultivation to be so terrifying. He struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes were filled with endless anger. Attacking an elder is a felony. You will be expelled from the school. Luo Tian, you son of a bitch! You're courting death. Luo Tian leaned his right shoulder, and his body leaned forward. He grabbed Chen Lei's hands and kicked fiercely. Bang! He kicked Chen Lei's abdomen with both hands. Cluck, 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 cluck. With a series of bone-cracking sounds, the bones in Chen Lei's hands were completely shattered. His abdomen suffered a heavy blow, and he fell down once again, heavily smashing into the ground. In front of Luo Tian, he had no room to resist. Chen Lei was in so much pain that he let out a pig-like howl. His face was as pale as paper as he roared, Luo Tian, you are finished. You are completely finished. You made a move against me. Your end will be very, very miserable. You will be expelled from school and will be hunted down endlessly by the Fair family. At this time, he was still arrogant, just that, suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart, and suddenly felt that the god of death was coming. Luo Tian stepped on his head, then squatted down, revealing a ferocious expression, and asked coldly, I'll ask you again, will you give me points? While they were talking, his 5 fingers turned into claws, flashing with a cold light. As long as Chen Lei dared to say no, 5 finger holes would appear on the top of his head. Chen Lei took a deep breath. He was scared, completely scared. Chapter 1341. Some people just like to be cheap. If you don't *CK him, he won't know that you are his father. Chen Lei relied on his Haijia background to do whatever he wanted and made things difficult for Luo Tian. But the current Luo Tian was completely different from the Luo Tian a month ago. His style of doing things had obviously changed. Overbearing, ruthless. You can disagree, but you can't stop me from hitting you. You won't give me the points? I'll hit you until you give it. Facing death. Chen Lei couldn't stand it. In the end, he counted Luo Tian's points. After Luo Tian left, his crotch was wet. It was obvious that he had peed in his pants. After swallowing a few healing pills, his complexion slightly recovered. Staring at Luo Tian, who had disappeared outside the door, his eyes became incomparably ferocious. You dog, just you wait. I'll make you wish you were dead. At the exchange registration area, there weren't many people who signed up, because there weren't many people in the entire elementary division who had 1,000 points. Even if there were, they wouldn't be willing to exchange it for the qualification of this selection. Moreover, they were going to face those monstrous geniuses. One must know that these geniuses were all super talented. After cultivating in the secret realm, their cultivation would soar. How could the students of the elementary division be a match for these geniuses? The exchange was like a game for the rich and handsome. They were just a bunch of losers. They could only watch and didn't have the qualifications to participate. Even if they had the qualifications, they couldn't play with those rich and handsome. Therefore, there were very few students from the elementary division who participated in the exchange between the two divisions. Are you sure you want to exchange for the qualification of the selection? Student, 1,000 points are not easy to get. Think about it carefully. With these 1,000 points, you can exchange for a few good artifacts. It will be of great help to your cultivation. Why do you want to exchange for the qualification of the selection? Moreover, do you think you are one of those monstrous geniuses who came out from the secret realm? He was also doing it for Luo Tian's good. He waited for a whole month, but there wasn't a single student who used the points to exchange for the qualification of the selection. When it came to Luo Tian, he felt that it was a pity. Luo Tian nodded seriously. I know what I'm doing. I want to exchange for the qualification. Are you sure? Yes. All right then. The registration elder gave Luo Tian a wooden plaque made of a special material and said, This is your identity wooden plaque. Take this wooden plaque to the special recruitment hall. This year's selection will be held there. Thank you, Luo Tian said, and then strode towards the special enrollment hall. In the past, the competition was held in the martial arts arena. Why is it held in the special enrollment hall this year? *CK, Don't tell me they set up some kind of suppression barrier to target boss. It's hard to say. Haijia is capable of anything. Mother asterisk her. What kind of bullsh asterisk t are these Haijia people? They only know how to scheme and scheme. Which one of them is a match for boss? What Haijia crown prince? Who does he think he is? Along the way, Lu Zhan indignantly discussed with Jian Ting and the other brothers. Luo Tian didn't say anything. Haijia. Sooner or later, he would trample them to death under his feet. This was his promise to Yi Yunmeng. Ever since Yi Yunmeng was poisoned, he had made this promise to himself. Through the secret training in Boundless City, his forces grew stronger day by day. However, he wasn't strong enough to crush Haijia yet. Haijia had stood in the middle state for tens of thousands of years. Its foundation was unimaginably deep. Once the war started, Luo Tian would uproot Haijia. Before they reached the special enrollment hall, the road was already packed with people. Everyone was discussing the selection of this year's exchange. It seems to be especially grand this year. In the past, it was always held in the martial arts arena. This year, it's actually held in the special enrollment hall. This year's exchange will be different from the previous years. The selected people will represent the Cloud Mist Academy. Moreover, this time, in addition to the competition with the Abyss Academy, there is another important purpose. That is, the two academies will discuss how to deal with the demon army. They will select a leader from the new students. Once this person is selected, it will symbolize that he will be the #1 person in the younger generation of the Central Region. This is a competition between the two academies. Many of the super geniuses who are cultivating in the secret realm have already come out. There are also some mysterious experts that we don't know about participating. The colleges have made a big decision this time. Isn't that so? Let alone the colleges. All the king factions in Cloud Mist City have sent their strongest young disciples to participate. From these discussions, Luo Tian's heart trembled. He thought to himself, I wonder if Tang San will participate? And will Lin Dong, Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, and the others participate? Will the disciples of the house of Bai come out? They were Luo Tian's other trump card. However, at this moment, Luo Tian did not wish for them to appear. This was because their top priority was to cultivate, to continuously break through, surpass themselves, and quickly grow up. This way, they would quickly become sharp blades and display their strongest effects. We're here, Lu Zhan exclaimed. There are so many people. Not only are there people from the junior college, there are also seniors from the senior college. A small selection actually caused such a sensation. Cloud Mist College is indeed worthy of being the strongest college in my heart. You saw a lot of beautiful senior sisters, right? Brother Jianting hit the nail on the head. Lu Zhan laughed wretchedly and said, Brother Jianting, you're not much better. From the beginning, your eyes have been constantly searching, and in the end, they stopped on that senior sister. Is she your dream lover? As he spoke, Lu Zhan's gaze landed on a beautiful woman with a hot figure and 2 big breasts. Brother Jianting did not hide and said, I came to Cloud Mist College for her. I will definitely pursue her. Lu Zhan immediately said, You're ambitious, Brother Jianting. I have high hopes for you. Since you've met her, why don't you go up and say hello? Could it be that she doesn't know you at all? Brother Jianting immediately looked a little embarrassed. Lu Zhan seemed to have found a fellow sufferer and patted Brother Jianting's shoulder. He did not say anything, but invisibly said, I understand you. At this moment, a pure and innocent little girl rushed forward. She did not say anything and directly threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. Everyone was stunned. The surrounding people were even more envious. Huang Fuya, this man is too excited. If it were me, as long as Huang Fuya gave me a hug, I would be willing to reduce my lifespan by 10 years. I'm so envious. Hugging Luo Tian, Huang Fuya's tears flowed down. She said, Where have you been? Don't you know that I'm worried about you? Luo Tian patted her shoulder and said, "Aren't I back now?" It came quickly and disappeared quickly. Huang Fu Ye quickly bounced off Luo Tian's body and immediately said, "I'm the captain of the pretty girl squad. I was just worried about my team members. Don't think too much about it. I'm not worried about what you're thinking." Luo Tian smiled and said, "I know." Huang Fuyi was a little disappointed, but she did not show it. She said in a low voice, "This exchange is very dangerous and very difficult. Many seniors from the Advanced Academy Department are participating, and I heard that the Prince of Haijia is also participating. It's the end of the month. Brothers, check the monthly vote granary. Those who still have monthly votes, vote." Chapter 1342. The Crown Prince of Haijia is also participating? Luo Tian didn't look shocked. On the contrary, he didn't feel surprised at all. Instead, he smiled gently. Some things had to be faced. What? The Crown Prince of Haijia isn't a freshman. How can he participate? And when did he come out of seclusion? Why didn't I receive any news? Lu Zhan said unhappily. The exchange was an exchange between the freshmen of the two academies. The Crown Prince of Haijia was a student of the Advanced Academy. How could he participate? Huang Fuya said he was given special permission by the Dean of Tianlong. Anyway, he hasn't participated in the exchange between the two academies. Even the Abyss Academy can't say anything about him participating this time. Apart from him, the Dean of Tianlong also gave special permission to the Abyss Academy to win this exchange. They are all Holy Spirit warriors. Their cultivation, potential, and talent aren't much worse than the Crown Prince of Haijia. In order to win, they would do anything. Luo Tian had thought of this before, but he didn't expect it to be so blatant. Damn, then what's the point of having a selection for the exchange? Let's just decide internally. Jian Ting said unhappily. He also wanted to participate, but he didn't have enough points. He had been working hard all these years to get good results and attract the attention of his goddess. Huang Fuya continued, "If it wasn't for my father's strong objection, it would have been decided internally. Anyway, the competition this time isn't simple. They are all super talented geniuses, and many of them are geniuses of the Advanced Academy." Hearing this, Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, "Well, I can use them to test my progress in the past month. Let's go in. The competition is about to start." Luo Tian couldn't wait to compete with those so-called super geniuses. He could also test his progress in the past month. 7th level physical body, ancient tree. How strong was this series of powers? What kind of expert could he resist? These all needed to be tested. Everyone followed him. Huang Fu bit her lips. She wanted Luo Tian to give up. Last night, she had advised Huang Fuju to ask her father to step in and ask Luo Tian to give up on this election. This was because it was too dangerous, not to mention anything else. Just the Haijia Crown Prince alone was an unshakable existence among the younger generation. Even in the entire ancient continent, no one was a match for him. Huang Fuya caught up with Luo Tian. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "The Crown Prince of Haijia came out of seclusion half a month ago. He came to Cloud Mist College to do 2 things. Luo Tian asked while walking, "What's the matter?" Huang Fuya said, "The first thing is to kill the Emperor Realm Master who poisoned Big Sister Yunmeng with the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison. Then find Big Sister Yunmeng and help her detoxify the poison." Luo Tian's footsteps shook slightly and he stopped. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and asked, and then, appearance was extremely important to any girl, even if she was an ugly freak. The silly queen's face was covered with black, scorpion-like spots. For a super icy beauty, this was no different from extreme pain. The most important point was that as the time of being poisoned changed, her own cultivation was also affected. For such a long time, her cultivation had been regressing. This was a devastating blow to any warrior. No girl would reject the Haijia Crown Prince. Huang Fuya said. Big sister Yunmeng rejected him. Huh. Luo Tian was stunned. Silly queen, why is she so silly? Huang Fuya looked at Luo Tian. She wanted to say something, but she didn't. In her heart, she said, Big sister Yunmeng did it for you. Luo Tian continued to ask, What's the second thing? Huang Fuya's expression darkened. He's looking for you. Looking for me? Luo Tian was a little surprised. He smiled and said, Looking for revenge. That's true. I killed so many strong cultivators in Haijia. It's only right that he's looking for me. Luo Tian said with a smile. In his heart, he thought, I killed his own brother. It's only right that he's looking for me. But Huang Fuya said he's not looking for you for revenge. I think he's looking for Big Sister Yunmeng. He seems to have found out that Big Sister Yunmeng likes you. He's probably looking for you to ask you to give up on Big Sister Yunmeng. And the Yi family is also looking for you. The Haijia Crown Prince had never taken anyone seriously, except for Yi Yunmeng. Luo Tian's expression turned cold. Give up? I was thinking of asking him to give up. Huang Fuya was relieved. At the same time, she felt a little jealous. She was jealous of Yi Yunmeng. Luo Tian was so protective of her. Even in the face of the strongest cultivator in Zhongzhou, he didn't back down. Luo Tian said, Tell that stupid queen, even if the whole world is against me, I won't give up on her. She's my woman. She'll be mine for the rest of her life. If anyone dares to stop her, I'll make them pay the worst possible price. Huang Fuya was a little dazed. She was even more jealous, but she was happy for Yi Yunmeng. She was also happy for herself. This was the kind of man she was looking for. A few minutes later, Luo Tian, Lu Zhan, Jianting, and Huang Fuya walked into the special enrollment hall. As soon as Luo Tian appeared, many people looked at him in surprise. Luo Tian. Luo Tian is here. Ha ha ha, the kid really came. 1,000 points. Did he really get it? In the stands, Rin Xiaoyao was the first to stand up. He said with a smile, Good boy, I thought you wouldn't show up. Luo Tian smiled politely at Ren Xiaoyao in the distance. At the same time, Luo Tian immediately felt a different gaze when he entered the special enrollment hall. This gaze seemed to be very calm, with some contempt. However, it gave Luo Tian an inexplicable pressure. Huang Fuya said to Luo Tian, The young man in white next to Dean Tianlong is the crown prince of Haijia. He's already at the emperor realm. No one knows what level he is at. But my father told me that the Haijia crown prince's strength is no less than his. Strong. Very strong. Huang Fuju was one of the top 10 masters in the central continent. In just 1 month, his strength had increased to such a terrifying level. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He was only at the 5th level of myriad illusion. He was far from the emperor realm. However, there was pressure in his heart, but he was more excited. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. Suddenly, the Haijia crown prince suddenly disappeared. In a flash, his figure moved and directly appeared in front of Luo Tian. Because he was taller than Luo Tian, his gaze was somewhat condescending. The whole hall suddenly became quiet, waiting for what would happen next. Don't forget that there are recommendation tickets every day. Chapter 1343. No one expected the Crown Prince of Haijia to suddenly appear. Even Luo Tian didn't expect it. His appearance made many people suddenly stand up. Rin Xiaoyao, Huang Fuju, Dean Tianlong, and a white figure in the crowd, the Holy Virgin. Their hearts tightened. They were too close. The Crown Prince of Haijia could easily kill Luo Tian. Silence. It was a little scary. Luo Tian's body was motionless. The vermilion bird roared in his sea of consciousness, and the ancient tree in his mind shook off countless leaves. He didn't say a word. He didn't release any pressure, but Luo Tian felt that he was in a vast ocean, and that sense of powerlessness filled his whole body. He thought to himself, Is this the gap? Is this the gap between me and him? This feeling was really bad. The Crown Prince of Haijia looked down at Luo Tian gently and then said, "Give up Yunmeng or you will die." There was no extra words. There was no beating around the bush. The Crown Prince of Haijia didn't want to waste any time on Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't say anything. Huang Fu Ye stepped forward and was about to speak, but she was stopped by Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said the same thing. "Stay away from Yunmeng, or you will die." He wasn't weak at all. On the issue of principle, Luo Tian felt that he wouldn't take half a step back. It was the same for the Crown Prince of Haijia. The Crown Prince of Haijia suddenly sneered and said faintly, "Divine talent, overturning divine seal stone, 7-colored divine stone of creation, and your flame with some instant killing power. These are garbage to me. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to compete with me?" There was endless contempt in his voice. He didn't take Luo Tian seriously at all. Even if Yang Kai's words could excite any emperor master in the ancient continent, such as the heaven reversing divine seal stone, 7-colored fortune divine stone, divine grade talent, all of these could excite anyone. Yang Kai didn't take them seriously. Luo Tian smiled and said, "First, Yunmeng is not an object. She is a person who has the right to choose. Second, you don't have a divine grade talent. You don't have the overturning heaven divine seal stone or the rainbow creation stone. If you think these are trash, then take out these 2 things. If you can't take them out, then shut your dog mouth and get lost, understand?" His tone was extremely overbearing. The crowd in the stands couldn't help but gasp, because this was the first time they saw someone dare to talk to the Crown Prince of Haijia. After all, he was the son of the heavens. He was the successor of Heaven's Heaven Mountain. There were rumors that he hadn't been cultivating in the ancient continent, but in a high-level plane created by the heavenly Tao. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast, and this time he had come out of seclusion to prepare for his breakthrough to the 9th Order Emperor realm, to prepare for his tribulation. Luo Tian's words didn't make the Crown Prince angry. Luo Tian's questioning made him a little speechless. Indeed, he couldn't take out divine talent, overturning divine seal stone, or 7-colored divine stone of creation. These things were considered good spirit treasures, even in the God realm. But he had things much better than these. But he wouldn't take them out, because if he took them out, he would be too retarded. The Crown Prince of Haijia smiled and said, "No one has dared to talk to me like this since I was young. You are the first." "Very good, very good." After that, he looked seriously at Luo Tian and said, "Next, it will be your moment of hell," with an unshakable arrogance. Then he turned and left. His body flickered a few times and returned to the dean's side without saying a word. The dean could clearly feel that the Haijia Crown Prince's aura was different from before. He looked at the Haijia Crown Prince, and just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the Haijia Crown Prince, who said coldly, "I don't want to listen to nonsense now, and I don't want to waste time talking nonsense, so please shut up." Even in front of the dean, he didn't give any face. The dean's face was a little ugly, but he still obediently shut his mouth. This time's exchange would depend on the Hai family's crown prince. At this time, he wouldn't offend the Haijia Crown Prince. Luo Tian casually found a seat and sat down. The moment he sat down, his back was covered in cold sweat. His body was motionless, and his muscles were stiff as if his blood essence had been sucked dry. It was extremely uncomfortable. What a strong aura! Although the Haijia Crown Prince didn't do anything, but he could clearly feel waves of pressure coming at him like raging waves. It was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He had faced the royal family's old ancestor, a Haijia old ancestor, the Black Moon Sex Master, and the Ancient King. These were all super strong emperors. Luo Tian only felt that they were strong, but the Haijia Crown Prince didn't just give him a strong feeling. The kind of strength he emitted was like the sky, unshakable. It was just a few words, and it was already like this. Once he made a move, then he, Kiki won. Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Become stronger. I must create a dark weapon. The appearance of the Haijia Crown Prince made Luo Tian even more determined to go to the Abyss College. He must obtain a large amount of shadow essence to create a super dark weapon. He must improve his physical body to the great perfection realm and cultivate the forbidden dragon god technique. The Haijia Crown Prince, right? Just you wait. I will definitely trample you to death under my feet. Luo Tian secretly swore. Half an hour later, Dean Tianlong stood up and said slightly, "Demons are wreaking havoc in this world. Demons are running amok. This exchange is very important to the Academy, and for the sake of the Academy's honor, some principles have been broken. There are 32 participants today. As long as you enter the top 8, you will be qualified. Whoever gets first place will receive a special reward." Finished. Dean Tianlong flipped his right hand, and an ink-black object that looked like an inkstone appeared in his palm. The spirit treasure emitted a strange energy wave, and the moment it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's eyes shook. In his mind, the system flashed red. Ding! Mission: get first place. Reward: none, huh? A quest without a reward. What the hell kind of quest is this? Luo Tian's mind trembled, but this was the first time the system had flashed a red light and issued a quest. This was definitely not an ordinary quest, so it directly told him this might be the last item to open the tomb. Moreover, Luo Tian looked at the squaring stone. It was very likely that it was hiding some kind of secret. There was something left behind by the ancestor of Mount Hua in the tomb. But until now, Luo Tian still did not know where the tomb was. Then, could it be that there was a treasure map in this treasure? Tomorrow was the last day. The old cow was begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1344. The Battle Enchantment opened. This time, it was personally set up by Huang Fuju. Naturally, there was no need to suppress the enchantment. After the enchantment was set up, Dean Tianlong stood up and said, "The name that appears on the black stone screen is your opponent. The two of you enter the enchantment. Remember, don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. Do you understand?" It was repeated again. These were all geniuses with extraordinary talent, and each of them contained great potential. Then again, each of them had a powerful background behind them. If they died, Dean Tianlong wouldn't be able to explain it. Cloud Mist College couldn't make any more enemies at this time. It's starting. The entire special enrollment hall quickly quietened down, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the black stone screen. 32 names quickly scrolled. Finally, it stopped at one place. "Yi Yao, Xingzhan, step out." As soon as he finished, the two of them flew down from the sky, and a powerful aura burst out from one of them, forming a thick strength chi that exploded in the entire special enrollment hall, causing many people to cheer loudly. As expected of Yi Yao, who has been cultivating in seclusion in the secret realm for 2 years, his cultivation has already reached the Holy Spirit realm. Amazing! This tyrannical aura. I'm afraid there are very few opponents of the same level. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Following that, the sound of a sword rang out. Buzz, a long, thin sword floated in the air. A figure moved, and a person stood on top of the flying sword, spitting out a word. Out! Shwa. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk endless sword intent appeared in the air, and finally landed at the entrance of the enchantment. Everyone was shocked again. Are all of them so abnormal? To be able to control a flying sword, his comprehension of the sword intent has already reached a supreme realm. He's too powerful. Lu Zhan's face was also filled with shock, and he muttered in a low voice, "Damn, all of them are so awesome. Do they still want people to live? These people are all monsters. No wonder they say that Cloud Mist College's secret realm is the #1 secret realm in the Central Continent. It's a factory that produces powerhouses. Looks like it's true." Jian Ting secretly smacked his lips as he sighed in his heart. With a bitter laugh, he said, "Fortunately, I didn't participate. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Looks like the exchange this time is very important to the Academy. It's extraordinary." Indeed, many people were like the two of them. In the past, the exchange was only for newcomers to compete. Geniuses who were cultivating in the mystic realm would never appear. Demons wreaked havoc in the world, and geniuses came out together. This was an era of strife. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was also shocked by Yi Yao and Xinghai's strength. He thought to himself, "This is probably the foundation of Cloud Mist College." Tang San's name didn't appear in the competition this time. Lin Dong and the rest of the people from the House of Bai didn't appear. I wonder how they are doing in the secret realm. I'm really looking forward to it. The competition was in progress. All kinds of divine abilities and cultivation methods were released from the barrier. Bloodline awakening. Power as vast as the sea. The barrier remained motionless. 10 minutes later, Yi Yao wins and enters the next round. The battle lasted for a full 10 minutes. The strength of the two was almost the same. In the end, he won the battle with a dangerous move, but he also suffered a serious injury. The Dean of the Heavenly Dragon Academy stood up and reminded, "Don't go too far. How can you participate in the exchange when you're injured?" Next battle begin. The black stone screen began to scroll. Luo Tian, Hai Xiushi. The screen froze at one spot. Almost all eyes were on Luo Tian. Lu Zhan said excitedly, "Boss, it's your turn." Jian Ting also said, "Hai Xiushi, Hai Jie Genius. His cultivation should be around the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit. His bloodline is an ancient sea demon. You have to be careful. This person is very insidious." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Okay." Rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises came from the void. It was as if a huge monster was hitting the void. Walala, walala, the space was distorted. A man in a red robe stood in the void with a smirk on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, come out and accept your death." Boom! The sound exploded in the special enrollment hall. Many people were worried about Luo Tian. Hai Xiushi, he's an incredible, monstrous genius. I didn't expect that Haijia would send their prince to fight. He actually came. It seems that Haijia is also determined to achieve results in this exchange. Luo Tian is going to be miserable. He has never tasted defeat in Cloud Mist College. Hai Xiushi's figure moved. Behind him, an incomparably huge shadow of a squid was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its tentacles almost covered the entire special enrollment hall. An extremely arrogant aura spread out. His entire body landed at the entrance of the barrier in an incomparably magnificent manner. He swept his gaze around and once again roared arrogantly, "Luo Tian, quickly get out here!" Arrogance, contempt. Coupled with his gorgeous appearance, it attracted a lot of cheers. For any genius, Luo Tian was a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. For Hai Xiushi, this was more of an exhibition match. He wanted to show his strongest side and shock the world. Luo Tian stood up from his seat and slowly walked down. He didn't make a gorgeous appearance like those so-called geniuses just now. What's the use of a gorgeous appearance? It's like playing a game. What skin, what wings, no matter how many of these things, can it improve your skills? It's useless. Luo Tian walked up step by step. His face was calm. Hai Xiushi laughed arrogantly. "Are you stalling for time for yourself? I can see the blood in your veins trembling. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Death is only a matter of a moment. It's not that scary." Luo Tian walked slowly. This was a sign of fear for him. It was the same for other martial artists. In the stands, some Haijia martial artists immediately shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Dean Tianlong glanced at the Haijia Crown Prince beside him. He saw that the Haijia Crown Prince's eyes were slightly closed, as if he was asleep. He didn't care at all. He wanted to stop it, but in the end he gave up. Dean Tianlong said in his heart, "Luo Tian, it's all up to you." Rin Xiaoyao asked in a low voice, "Luo Tian's cultivation has improved a lot, but he's only at the 5th level. Can he be Hai Xiusher's opponent? How much progress has he made in the past month? I think it's still a bit risky to participate in this exchange meeting." Huang Fuju said, "I don't know how much progress he has made, but I'm sure that Hai Xiusher can't escape 10 moves. Ren Xiaoyao was stunned. He looked at Luo Tian with a dull gaze. 10 moves? Impossible. On the last day of June, please go all out. Chapter 1345. 10 moves. Impossible, right? Or Luo Tian couldn't escape from 10 moves of Hai Xiusher. Rin Xiaoyao didn't believe it, even if it came from Huang Fuju's mouth. Those who heard these words, if it weren't for the fact that Huang Fuju was the vice dean, would probably laugh out loud. 10 moves was impossible. Some people didn't dare to laugh. Many people in Haijia sneered. 10 moves? Dean Huangfu, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Even if it's 10 moves, Luo Tian was beaten down by Hai Xiusher. I guess it won't take 10 moves, right? So what if it's Luo Tian? 10 moves? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? In the stands, some people in Haijia immediately shouted, "Hai Xiusher, someone said that you can't resist Luo Tian's 10 moves. Take out all your strength and trample Luo Tian under your feet. Use the facts to slap the face of the person who said this." Slap the face. And he wanted to slap Huang Fuju's face. This had always been what Haijia wanted to do. On the Haijia's bounty list, Huang Fuju ranked first. For a long time, Haijia couldn't do anything to Huang Fuju because the bloodline of time and space was too strong. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, trash like him can defeat me in 10 moves? Which *king idiot said that? Is he out of his mind? Hai Xiusher said unscrupulously. Although he knew that it was Huang Fuju who said this, he just wanted to humiliate Huang Fuju. Immediately, Hai Xiusher stared at Luo Tian and said, "Boy, don't worry. I will cut off your head in the 9th move." Luo Tian didn't speak, but silently walked into the bounded domain. He stood in the bounded domain and hooked his finger at Hai Xiusher. Hai Xiusher's eyes were ferocious. "Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" As soon as his voice fell, Hai Xiusher stepped into the enchantment and said, "I heard you are very arrogant. You killed several holy spirits from Haijia. Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending the Haijia." As he spoke, Hai Xiusher's pupils suddenly constricted. His expression changed drastically. It was as if something terrifying had happened. Indeed, Luo Tian disappeared. The most terrible thing was that he couldn't sense Luo Tian's aura at all because Luo Tian's speed was too fast for him to sense. The enchantment was only so big, but his mind couldn't capture Luo Tian's aura, which was fatal to any martial artist. However, Hai Xiusher quickly calmed down. His footsteps sank, and the ancient sea demon behind him became extremely ferocious. It sneered and said, "Fast? I'd like to see how fast you are." Sea demon transformation. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacles of the ancient sea demon were like lightning, densely packed as they rushed out, occupying the entire enchantment space. What was the use of being fast? The entire space was filled with tentacles. Luo Tian couldn't break out at all, and would be forced to die in a corner by the sea demon. This was the terror of the ancient sea demon. Hai Xiusher laughed wildly and said, "Prepare to die!" Sea demon expansion. Rumble, rumble. The tentacles quickly grew larger and thicker, crazily accumulating in the enchantment space, and at the same time, crazily devouring. In that instant, divine fire. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A flame rushed out, followed by a figure behind the flame, and said in a deep voice, "The first move!" The divine fire could penetrate everything. As long as the target was locked on, nothing could stop it. High Shosher frowned. Others are afraid of your attack, but I am not. See Spirit Spring, extinguish it for me. Gulilu, with a flip of his palm, a spring gushed out. The cold air spread out and directly faced the divine fire. Water against fire. Logically speaking, water was the nemesis of fire. Adding on the fact that High Shosher's sea spirit spring was extremely sharp, it was enough to suppress any fire attribute cultivation method. But the divine fire completely ignored it and directly ignored it. It pierced through the sea spirit spring and directly smashed onto High Shosher's head. At this moment, many people stood up. Even the Hijack Crown Prince's eyes were slightly raised, revealing a small gap. After the divine fire pierced through, his eyes were closed again. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A flame exploded on High Shosher's body. The system did not sound out. It did not cause an instant kill. However, it caused a temporary dizziness to High Shosher and interrupted the technique he had released. Luo Tian was not surprised and secretly roared in his heart, God explosion! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! His attributes doubled. For divine beast's bloodline, come out, boom, 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 boom. For violent roars rang out. The 4 divine beasts stood in the air and appeared around Luo Tian's body. Then Luo Tian's fists moved. The second move! All the power was poured into it. A punch landed on High Shosher's head. Bam! High Shosher was instantly sent flying and hit the enchantment. At the same time, the dizziness disappeared and he woke up. The sharp pain in his head made him instantly go berserk. He roared like thunder, I'm going to kill you. However, before he could finish his words, Luo Tian's figure appeared in front of him. The third move, the sword moved. The black dragon divine sword aimed at High Shosher's forehead and slashed down. The black dragon divine sword was the weapon of an ancient king. It contained a terrifying amount of power. In addition, Luo Tian's punch was not a simple punch. It was a punch prepared for this sword. Therefore, when the sword slashed down, High Shosher was so scared that he peed his pants. Crown Prince, save me. He called for help directly. The Crown Prince of Haijia frowned slightly, but he didn't get up or move. The Dean of Tianlong got up and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Luo Tian's sword had already slashed down. Boom! The sword split High Shosher's body into 2, and blood sprayed all over the ground. Luo Tian withdrew his long sword and fell down coldly. There was no excitement in his expression, as if nothing had happened. He didn't put High Shosher in his eyes at all. Luo Tian raised his eyes and looked at the Crown Prince of Haijia in the stands. The whole hall suddenly became quiet. Rin Xiaoyao couldn't close his mouth at all. He looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a monster. He couldn't react at all. It was too fast to believe. High Shosher, a third-order Holy Spirit, was killed in 3 moves. This speed, this heaven-defying killing, was simply too abnormal. Moreover, Luo Tian's expression didn't show the slightest excitement. He looked at the Crown Prince of Haijia on the stage in the enchantment. His eyes were full of strong fighting spirit. That kind of fighting spirit was like a burning flame, roasting the entire special enrollment hall. However, the Crown Prince of Haijia didn't look at Luo Tian. In his eyes, it was like Luo Tian's High Shosher. Luo Tian was ignored by him. He didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. This was the gap. In June, Old Ox thanked all the brothers for their support. July was about to begin. Then, Old Ox would speed up, and the chapter of the ancient continent would enter a climax. A new month has begun. Brothers, where are your guaranteed monthly votes? Go crazy, Old Ox is going to update. Chapter 1346. What was contempt? This was it. The Hijack Crown Prince didn't have any expression on his face, other than glancing at Luo Tian at the beginning. He didn't look at Luo Tian anymore. Luo Tian walked out of the barrier. The dean coughed softly and said, "Luo Tian, this is a warning. We're all students of Cloud Mist College, and I've said it again and again. Don't harm each other's lives." There was no hint of punishment in his tone. However, he still said it for the sake of the Crown Prince. In his heart, Luo Tian's position rose to a new height. He was even a little excited. Luo Tian's growth was beyond his expectations. He was much faster than those geniuses who cultivated in the secret realm. A month ago, he could only kill a Holy Spirit realm expert with the godly fire. If it was a one-on-one, he wouldn't be a match at all. But now, a Holy Spirit realm expert was like a toy to him. Luo Tian nodded and said, "I'll be careful next time. But if some people want to die, I'm happy to help." It was a simple sentence, but it carried a strong sense of dominance. "Don't provoke me. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable." The faces of the geniuses changed slightly. They were full of anger. "Humph. He's so arrogant after winning against Hai Xiu Shi. He should take a piss and look at himself. Who do you think you are? That's right. He's too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think that we, the people from the secret realm, are pushovers. When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be king. A mere 1,000 illusion realm trash dares to be arrogant?" Many people were unconvinced. This was especially true for those insufferably arrogant geniuses. Each and every one of them believed that they were the chosen of the heavens and couldn't stand anyone. This was especially true for someone like Luo Tian, who had no background and a low cultivation level. Most importantly, Luo Tian had stolen their limelight, which made them extremely jealous. However, Luo Tian swept his gaze. Looking at those geniuses who came out of the secret realm, he sneered. Right at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly said to Dean Tianlong, "Dean, fighting one by one is too slow. How about this? Let's have all the seniors and geniuses from the secret realms fight together. That way, we can save everyone's time. I don't have time to waste on them." Acting tough? He wanted to challenge a group of geniuses by himself. Furthermore, every single one of them had a higher cultivation level than him. What the F***CK? What a fierce comparison. The entire special recruitment hall suddenly fell silent. They all looked at Luo Tian in a daze. Half a second later, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha," the crowd roared with laughter. Many people were convulsing with laughter. They pointed at Luo Tian and said, "Who do you think you are? One against all of them? You think too highly of yourself. What a joke. Luo Tian, are you here to be funny? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are invincible just because you defeated Hai Xiu Shi? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? If you weren't lucky enough to be able to stand here, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight with us. Do you understand? You don't even have the qualifications." Many people were mocking him. Some people who thought highly of Luo Tian couldn't help but shake their heads. Too young. He is indeed very strong. He defeated a Holy Spirit realm expert in the Myriad Illusions realm. But does he really think he is invincible? One must know that the monstrous geniuses who cultivate in the secret realm are all abnormal experts. Hai Xiu Shi can only be considered to be in the lower middle of the pack. Indeed, Hai Xiu Shi's strength was not the strongest among these geniuses. There were quite a few people who could defeat him. The reason why he participated was because of Haijia's arrangement. However, Luo Tian defeated Hai Xiu Shi and thought that he could defeat everyone. They couldn't help but laugh at this point of view. One of the geniuses stood up. "Your name is Luo Tian, right? Brat, even if you want to be arrogant, you have to see if you have the qualifications. Do you think you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us just because you defeated Hai Xiu Shi? Humph." With a cold snort, he sneered disdainfully. "If we were outside the academy, you would be dead by now." Luo Tian was neither servile nor overbearing as he said indifferently, "Are you not convinced? If not, come down and fight." As soon as his voice fell, the genius's face changed. "I think you are courting death." If it weren't for Dean Huangfu's face, not waiting for him to finish, Huangfu smiled and said, "Chunyi, you don't need to give me face." "Huh." Chang Ye's face sank again. "Since Dean Huangfu said so, then I won't be polite. Brat, prepare to die." Before his voice fell, his figure took the lead. The domineering aura of the Holy Spirit realm burst out, directly forming a powerful pressure that crushed towards Luo Tian. The vermilion bird moved. Luo Tian swept a sleeve and directly shook off the pressure that came towards him. If it wasn't for the pressure of the Emperor realm, he wouldn't have cared about it at all. Seeing Chengyi land, Luo Tian said again, "Dean Tianlong, let them come together. I don't have time to waste." Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Dean, since he has repeatedly asked, then you should fulfill his wish. You damn trash. Let's see how you die later. It aroused public anger. The 28 cultivators who hadn't participated yet were all incomparably angry, except for the crown prince of Haijia. He was still expressionless, sitting on the chair with his eyes slightly closed, not looking at them at all. He continued to ignore them. Luo Tian also noticed him, and his heart tightened. Without waiting for Dean Tianlong to speak, Huang Hong of the imperial family, "Luo Tian, I want you to die today." "So, Lin Tai Yu of the Lin family, if I don't beat you up today, I will change my surname to yours." "So, Haijia." Figures flew down one by one. Each of them was aggressive and full of killing intent, staring at Luo Tian as if they were staring at an enemy. A total of 28 people had all landed. Luo Tian counted in his heart, looked at the crown prince of Haijiao again, and thought to himself, since he has participated in the 32-people competition, why didn't he appear? Doesn't he need to compete? He looked at Huangfu. Huangfu transmitted his voice. The crown prince is the predetermined candidate. He doesn't need to participate in this selection competition. Luo Tian. These people are the top geniuses of the middle state, and each of them has a strong background. If you offend them, you will become the enemy of the entire Cloud Mist City, and I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything by then. I suggest you don't do that, and it's still unknown whether you can defeat all of them with your current cultivation. Being able to defeat Haishio sure didn't mean that you could defeat everyone here. 1 against 28, and it was a cross-level challenge. In the history of Cloud Mist College, no one had ever done it. It was also impossible. Luo Tian smiled faintly as he stared at these people. "You're not my match?" 45 votes. "Brothers, do we only have 45 votes? Brothers of the undefeated army, brothers of the chrysanthemum team, do we only have so few monthly votes?" Old Nyo roared hysterically. "Can you give me a monthly ticket? Old Nyo wants a flower." Chapter 1347. If you want to be arrogant, then be arrogant to the extreme. Luo Tian swept his gaze across the audience and said again, "Dean, if they lose, then will I be first place?" This Tianlong Dean hesitated. Then he looked at Huangfu. Huangfu nodded, but did not shake his head. In his heart, he did not approve of Luo Tian fighting against these people at the same time. He was not confident in his heart. For such a big matter, Tianlong Dean could not make a decision on his own. Huangfu did not respond. Immediately, Tianlong Dean immediately discussed with the other elders. One of the elders said loudly, "This kid is too arrogant. Since that is the case, let him fight against 28 people at the same time. If he wins, then he will naturally be first place." But his tone suddenly changed and became cold. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Luo Tian, you have to think clearly. Once the competition starts, if you don't die, then the competition will not end. Fight to the death." Everyone trembled. Another elder immediately added, "That's right. You're just a student of the elementary academy. Looking down on these specially recruited students is a violation of the school's rules. Furthermore, I just received news that you beat up Elder Chin from the mission hall until he was half dead. You should know very well how you got your 1,000 points. Beating up an elder, expelling you wouldn't be too much. This is also your first chance. If you win, then this matter will end. If you don't win, then you won't be able to walk out of this special enrollment hall. Huang Fuju immediately stood up and said, Elder Yu, when Luo Tian completed the mission, I was at the scene. The 1,000 points should be given to him. I think that Elder Chen is deliberately making things difficult for Luo Tian, right? It's him who is making things difficult for my boss. I was at the scene. If he dares to do this again, even if my boss doesn't make a move, I will beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground. Lu Zhan stood up and said loudly. Jian Ting also said, Elder Chin is making things difficult for Luo Tian. Elder Yu's expression did not change as he sneered. I don't care about anything else. Beating up an elder is a fact. If you still want to argue about this matter, then Luo Tian doesn't need to compete anymore. He will be expelled. His tone was extremely arrogant. If you dare to argue, then you will be disqualified. Do you want to continue the competition? Then shut up. Elder Yu sneered inwardly, thinking to himself, if you give up, you might still be able to live. But if you continue, this little life of yours will end here today. Not to mention a mere 5th order myriad phantoms. Even if you are a 5th order Holy Spirit, you won't be a match for these 28 people. Not to mention, there are several high-level Holy Spirits among these 28 people, and you alone? Let's see how you die. This competition was unfair to begin with. Elder Yu's words were tantamount to forcing Luo Tian into a dead end. Huang Fuju frowned and wanted to say something. Luo Tian took a step forward and said, just like what Elder Yu said, if I win, everything will be written off. If I lose, I believe that if I lose, I will die. Elder Yu sneered. That's right, if you win today, everything will be fine. Your strength will prove everything. Enough to represent Cloud Mist College to participate in this exchange meeting. If you lose, that will be the end of your life. Then, he looked at Dean Tianlong and said, Senior Brother Tianlong, since Luo Tian has agreed, then let's begin the competition. I believe that this will definitely be a very exciting competition. Dean Tianlong's gaze also tensed up. In his heart, he did not wish for Luo Tian to fight against 28 people. However, at this point, even if he did not agree, it would be useless. Dean Tianlong was silent for a few seconds, his gaze fixed on Luo Tian's body, and finally said, Then let's begin. As soon as he finished, the entire special recruitment hall seemed to have exploded. One person against 28 monstrous geniuses cultivating in the secret realm. Ha ha ha. This Luo Tian is too arrogant. Is this a massacre or an overconfident slaughter? It must be a slaughter, no. To be exact, it should be a round of killing Luo Tian, haha. I've long been unhappy with Luo Tian. What's so great about him? Today, he actually challenged 28 monstrous geniuses. Let's see how he dies. Luo Tian, I have high hopes for you. I have high hopes that you won't die too miserably, ha ha ha. Many people clamored. While they were talking, the 28 monstrous geniuses revealed contemptuous sneers and walked past Luo Tian one by one, mocking him. Brat, just wait for your death. A moment later, 28 people entered the enchantment. He stood in a semicircle, perfectly facing the entrance. His life is mine. I'm not interested in his life. I heard that he has the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts in his body. His bloodline is mine. I want the black divine sword in his hand. I heard that this brat has a lot of women, and all of them are incomparably beautiful. After he dies, you guys can't touch his women. They're all mine, ha ha ha. Before the fight even started, they had already begun to carve it up. Luo Tian walked to the entrance of the enchantment. The holy maiden suddenly stood up. Be careful. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Only a few people here knew the identity of the holy maiden, and their expressions instantly changed. especially Dean Tianlong. His heart tightened. Is the holy maiden in love? Then, this Luo Tian can't die even more. You can provoke anyone, but you can't provoke the people from Phoenix Sky Mountain. Otherwise, the Cloud Mist College won't be able to bear the consequences. Immediately, Dean Tianlong felt the pressure and immediately sent a voice transmission to Huang Fuju. Junior brother, you're the one who refined the enchantment. You should have a way to get Luo Tian out of the enchantment in an instant, right? Huang Fuju knew what Dean Tianlong was worried about and said faintly, Senior brother, don't worry. Hearing this, Dean Tianlong's heart relaxed slightly. After the holy maiden finished speaking, Huang Fuyu pouted slightly, then stood up instantly and said gently, Brother Luo Tian, be careful, my team can't do without you, and I'll remind you on behalf of Sister Yunmeng. Sister Yunmeng is still waiting for you to cure the poison on her face. Don't let anything happen to you. As soon as Huang Fuyu finished speaking, Haijia's crown prince's expression immediately changed. An invisible anger burst out. It was extremely fierce. Even the barrier shook violently. Inside the barrier, Luo Tian's face sank as he sensed the boundless coercive might bearing down on him. At this moment, the two Haijia's genius disciples' faces turned ferocious. Good chance! Go to hell. The higher the realm, the more sinister they were. When the two of them moved, the other 26 people also moved. They had never thought of fighting Luo Tian one-on-one. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and secretly clenched his fists. Ancient Tree, it's time for your performance. Chapter 1348. Suddenly, the aura on Luo Tian's body changed in an instant. Facing 28 monstrous geniuses, he smiled. At this moment, the towering tree in his mind shook slightly. Wang, wang, wang. A violent buzzing sound rang out. Then, a leaf fell down. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a ray of light. With a move of his hands, the leaf exploded in his body and turned into powder. At the same time, it also burst out with an incomparably powerful force. He flipped his right hand. He struck out with his palm. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The leading Haijia disciple was directly sent flying. There was no resistance. There was no time to react. His body was like a straight line as he heavily smashed into the barrier. The barrier shook, creating a series of ripples. Uft! A mouthful of black blood spurted out and slid down from the barrier. His chest was cracked and his limbs twitched a few times. He was dead. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Sin value +1. Current sin value 2301. After the system prompt sounded out, the soul of that dead high family disciple floated up and was directly absorbed by the ancient tree in his mind. The huge tree trunk once again flickered with a halo of power. It seemed to be a bit stronger than before. As expected of a monstrous genius, it's really a great tonic. Luo Tian's heart was filled with excitement. At the moment when the ancient tree devoured the souls, he could clearly sense that the ancient tree had grown stronger. In his heart, he was certain that this had something to do with these geniuses with extraordinary talents. It's actually an instant kill. Hai Tianyu was a fifth-order Holy Spirit ranker, but he was actually killed by Luo Tian in a second. So sharp. Boss is mighty and domineering, ha ha ha. The stands were in an uproar. Some people cheered, while others had ugly expressions on their faces. From the beginning to the end, the Haijia Crown Prince's expression was the same, without the slightest change, as if he was asleep. Previously, Dean Tianlong was still worried about Luo Tian, but now he was worried about the 28 people. He said to Huang Fuju, I'm afraid this can't go on. Huang Fuju knew what he was worried about. These 28 people were the elites of the Cloud Mist Academy. If they died, who would Cloud Mist College invite to participate in the Abyss College's exchange meeting? Furthermore, once they died, Cloud Mist College would probably have to face the pressure of all the king factions in Cloud Mist City. One must know that these monstrous geniuses were all nurtured by the king factions. If they were, they would definitely look for Cloud Mist College. However, Huang Fuju didn't say anything. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to the dean. Senior brother, these people are the parasites of Cloud Mist College. It's time to clean up the Cloud Mist College. This might be a very good opportunity. Now that the demons are wreaking havoc in the world, this might be an opportunity for the Cloud Mist College. You've seen Luo Tian's current ability. As long as he's given some more time, it's not impossible for him to take down the Crown Prince of Haijia. These monstrous geniuses were all recommended by the various king factions. These clans also wanted their disciples to shine at the exchange meeting and cause a sensation in the world. They wanted their clans to have a stronger influence on the matter of eradicating the demons. Therefore, that was why they allowed these monstrous geniuses who were cultivating to break through to the Emperor realm to participate in the selection. Dean Tianlong's pupils constricted at first, then slowly relaxed. He didn't speak for a long time. His gaze was fixed on Luo Tian, who was in the barrier. His eyes flashed with a trace of light as he thought to himself, "Can you bear it?" In the barrier, there are still 27 people left. Luo Tian smiled coldly. The moment he spoke, the rest of the people didn't stop. They weren't afraid just because. One of them was instantly killed. On the contrary, they became even more ferocious and released all their divine abilities. One, the ancient tree in his body shook again. Next, a tiny leaf fell down. It flickered with the light of power. The moment it landed on Luo Tian's mind, the leaf exploded, and the ancient power crazily surged out. The moment Luo Tian felt the ancient power, both of his fists moved and shouted in a deep voice, "Die!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. Rumble! His fists were like thunder, and his figure was like lightning. The moment he struck out, another monstrous genius was instantly killed. Some of them are instant kills. Oh my God, just how strong is this Luo Tian? I just want to know if he's still human. The Myriad Illusion Stage 5 is actually able to kill a Holy Spirit realm ranker. This is simply impossible. There's still 27 people left. I don't believe that he can kill so many. There was another burst of discussion in the crowd. Many people were stunned. This dog's power is a bit strange. I'm afraid he has hidden his cultivation. Everyone be careful. Don't rush forward. Everyone, work together to kill him. At this time, we can't have any selfish thoughts. Otherwise, we might all die here. Mother*****, if we can't kill him today, our faces will be thrown into the sea. Join attack. Super talented martial artists were indeed different. Their understanding of any aspect of cultivation was extremely fast. Luo Tian's 2 consecutive instant kills made them instantly nervous, and they quickly joined forces. This way, they formed a battle line and cooperated in an orderly manner. Have you joined forces? Luo Tian grinned coldly, took a step forward, and said, "Super talented monstrous genius? It's only a so. Luo Tian, don't be too arrogant. The one who laughs last is the winner." A few geniuses clamored. Luo Tian took another step forward and said indifferently, "I'm arrogant, come up and bite me." You, don't be fooled by him. He's trying to provoke us. Don't be fooled. Everyone, combine your pressure and crush him with the advantage of cultivation. If one person can't do it, then let's work together. Let's see if he can withstand it. That's right. We can't be distracted at this time. Everyone is watching. If we don't kill him, we'll lose all our face. These geniuses were also slightly anxious. They didn't expect Luo Tian to be so strong. This wasn't the Myriad Illusion realm at all. In their hearts, Luo Tian's cultivation had already reached the early stage Emperor realm. Pressure formed the formation. Clang. A series of loud noises came from the void. The pressure of the 26 geniuses merged together. At the same time, these 26 geniuses awakened their bloodline power at the same time. As a result, the strength of the pressure increased several times. The entire barrier was about to burst, and loud sounds like waves crashing on the shore were constantly heard. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, 26 leaves fell from his body. There will be an update tonight. Brothers, with monthly votes, please support it. Old Ox is very grateful. Chapter 1349. One leaf, one world. One leaf, one kill. Kill. It was a world. It was a unique world of the ancient power. Its power was not inferior to any power in the ancient continent. Moreover, the ancient tree absorbed the soul of the ancient king, causing her to become a towering tree in an instant. The power she released became incomparably dense. Its power had reached the point where it could instantly kill a Holy Spirit realm warrior. 26 leaves fell. The aura on Luo Tian's body changed drastically, without waiting for their pressure to arrive. Luo Tian's figure instantly disappeared. Boom! One move was launched. Bang! 25 people left. Instant kill. The system notification sounded. The ancient tree continued to absorb the souls of these geniuses. Every time it absorbed, it became much stronger. Boom! Another move. Another instant kill. Another absorption. The speed was shockingly fast. Those so-called monstrous geniuses in the barrier could not react at all. What united front? What alliance? What combination of pressure? At this moment, they all covered their heads and fled like rats, howling like pigs being slaughtered. Open the barrier. Quickly open the barrier. Let us out, let us out. I'm the grandson of the royal family's ancestor. Quickly let me out. Help, help. He's not human. He's not human. Oh my God, quickly save us. All of them were so scared that they peed their pants. An insufferably arrogant genius. He looked like a dead dog. The cold arrogance and superior aura at the beginning were all gone. At this moment, Huang Fuju did not make a move. Many elders of the surrounding families stood up and questioned loudly, Huang Fuju, why aren't you opening the barrier? Do you want to see them all die inside? Dean Tianlong quickly gave the order. We can't continue with this competition. Tianlong, what are you trying to do? Do you know who they are? I think your position as the Dean of Cloud Mist College has come to an end, right? Some elders of the king families of Cloud Mist College all stood up and questioned. Seeing their family's disciples killed by Luo Tian, they flew into a rage. Her eyes were filled with hatred. The atmosphere in the spectators' stand surged. It was going to be chaotic. It was going to be a mess. However, Huang Fuju remained motionless. Dean Tianlong said indifferently, the competition is not over yet. The boundary cannot be opened. This is the choice they made in the beginning. They can't blame others. He listened to Huang Fuju's suggestion. Furthermore, he also wanted a baptism in his heart. Cloud Mist College was filled with the parasites of those king families. If this continued, Cloud Mist College would be eaten up sooner or later. They would only be able to nurture talents for other families. In the end, they would use them to threaten Cloud Mist College. More than half of the family elders who had spoken just now had graduated from Cloud Mist College. This was the best proof. As soon as Sky Dragon finished speaking, the Crown Prince of Haijia suddenly opened his eyes and said faintly, "Can't blame others? Teacher Sky Dragon, isn't this move too cruel?" There was a sudden silence. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the Crown Prince of Haijia. The Sea Emperor Dragon also slowly stood up and said, "You said at the beginning that you should stop when it's time to stop. Now that there is a massacre in the boundary as the Dean, shouldn't you stop it?" Dean Tianlong could still stand when others spoke. He could suppress it. However, the Crown Prince of Haijia was different. His background was not just the strongest family in the central continent, the Haijia. He was the son of the heavens. The power of the Chosen One was more powerful than anything else. Furthermore, as soon as he spoke, those family elders clamored even more. The Crown Prince is right. Sky Dragon, I want you to immediately stop this competition and kill that dog Luo Tian on the spot. After killing so many geniuses, even if he is a genius with divine grade talent, he has to die today. He must die. He's just a *T divine grade genius from a low-level plane. I don't believe that there's a divine grade genius from a low-level plane. If there was, he would have been taken away by those supreme masters from the divine realm. Who does he think he is? Hurry up and stop the competition. They were getting more and more powerful. Dean Tianlong couldn't take it anymore. Even the elders in the Elder Pavilion shouted angrily, ordering him to stop the competition. Sky Dragon looked at Huang Fuju. Huang Fuju frowned as he looked at Luo Tian in the boundary. He was still killing. He understood very well in his heart. Luo Tian broke through the realm by killing. These monstrous geniuses might be another opportunity for Luo Tian to break through. Hurry up, Brett, hurry up! Huang Fuju secretly shouted in his heart. At the same time, he slowly stood up and said, "Since everyone is against continuing the competition, then I will open the boundary. However, the competition is not over yet. It's not that easy to open the boundary." Finished, he slowly walked down. During this period of time, only 11 people remained from the 28 people in the boundary. One leaf killed one person. It was extremely sharp. Boom! Luo Tian moved like a ghost and struck out with his palm again. Boom! Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Sin +1. The ancient tree had absorbed another trace of soul force from the supreme talent. She had become stronger, and the ancient tree in her mind had become sharper. Luo Tian had strong feeling in his heart. The ancient tree was about to break through. This feeling was extremely strong. As of now, the ancient tree had yet to fully take shape. Just as Fairy Fantasy said, it was still a little bit away. How was it going to break through? She didn't know either. However, now Luo Tian felt it. It was about to break through. He also saw the chaos outside the boundary. It was impossible for him to stop now. Moreover, he knew that Huang Fuju was stalling for time for him. That was why he had to kill. If he missed this opportunity, the ancient tree might miss a good opportunity to break through. Divine explosion. His attributes doubled. Luo Tian's speed and strength became even more terrifying. His speed of killing became even faster. 10 leaves fall together. Luo Tian shouted in his heart. The 10 leaves floating in the air in his mind fell together. Facing the last 10 people in the boundary, Luo Tian wanted to destroy them in one move. An incomparably huge ancient power exploded in his body. Nine Yang superpower. Burning heaven. His palms were like flames. He activated the ancient power and released it. 2 fire dragons wreaked havoc. They directly devoured the remaining 10 people. Ding! 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 They were all killed instantly. At the same time, Luo Tian wasn't in the mood to pay attention to what these monstrous geniuses dropped. All his attention was on the ancient tree in his mind. He's going to change. He's going to break through. He's going to break through. Brothers with monthly votes, please help to vote. Thank you. In addition, I recommend Old Bull's first book, Invincible Upgrade. Those who like it can search for it on QQ. Chapter 1350. 28 super talented geniuses were all killed. 28 geniuses, soul forces, were all absorbed. The ancient tree was trembling. Its power was expanding. The leaves, branches, and even the bark were expanding rapidly. That kind of power seemed to reach the 9th heaven and connect to another time and space. It was very, very powerful. Luo Tian couldn't find words to describe this kind of power. Standing in the middle of the barrier, He was extremely excited. It's going to break through. It's going to break through soon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There were continuous explosions in his body. At this time, even Fantasy Fairy held her breath and waited quietly. She was the one who gave the seed of the ancient tree, but she didn't expect Luo Tian to cultivate the ancient tree in such a short time. One had to know that in the past an Emperor Realm powerhouse cultivated it for hundreds of years, but it was only a seedling half the height of a person. Of course, if the ancient tree hadn't absorbed the soul of the ancient king, it would probably still be a small seedling. It's coming. Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind shook. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree flashed with sparkling and translucent lights. These lights were like resplendent gems emitting dazzling light. After these lights disappeared, the ancient tree returned to its tranquility. At this moment, the ancient tree burst out with power, and the power soared into the sky. Crack! Rumble! With a loud bang, the barrier created by Huangfu Ju was actually broken by this force. It was extremely shocking. The entire special enrollment hall looked at Luo Tian with their mouths wide open. Even Huangfu Ju himself was stunned and looked at Luo Tian in shock. What happened? What did this brat do this time? He didn't know. No one knew. Only the hijack crown prince narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Luo Tian didn't care about the expressions of the people outside the field. Not to mention they didn't understand, he was also confused and didn't understand. Huh, what is this? The twinkling lights made Luo Tian unable to open his eyes. The ancient tree was filled with these things, sparkling brightly. Luo Tian didn't know, but Fantasy Fairy was very clear. She was very excited and exclaimed, "It's blooming! It's blooming! The ancient tree is blooming. It actually bloomed. I really didn't expect the ancient tree to bloom. This is unbelievable." He was so excited that he wanted to protect Luo Tian. The ancient power was one of the 3 great powers of the ancient continent. It was in no way inferior to the power of Tian Xian. Luo Tian didn't quite understand and asked, "What's so special about blooming?" "I didn't feel any increase in power after the primordial tree bloomed. I still think it's awesome enough to kill one person with a single leaf. Those holy spirits are like radishes and cabbages to me." Just now, 28 people had died in his hands. Luo Tian finally felt a sense of satisfaction. This was what it meant to be awesome. Fantasy Fairy said, "Fool idiot. The formation of the ancient tree is already a great thing. Once it blooms, it will enter a higher realm. If the power of a leaf of the ancient tree can kill a Holy Spirit realm expert, then a petal can kill 100 Holy Spirit realm experts. When these flowers grow into ancient devil fruits, then, for a moment, Fantasy Fairy was so excited that she couldn't speak. Luo Tian asked, "Then what?" Fantasy Fairy almost gritted her teeth and said, "That devil fruit may be able to destroy a plane." "What?" Damn. Luo Tian was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The power of a fruit can destroy a plane. My God, Fantasy Fairy, are you sure? A plane, no matter how low it was, couldn't be destroyed so easily. One had to know. Every plane had its own space law and was protected by the law master. To destroy a plane, one must have the power to destroy the law. Was the fruit of the ancient tree more terrifying than the power of the law? He didn't dare to imagine. Fantasy Fairy said anxiously, "Although I haven't seen it, and no one has cultivated the ancient tree to the realm of blooming and bearing fruit, I can be sure that once the ancient tree bears fruit, a fruit can definitely destroy a plane. And, more importantly, any fruit of the ancient tree contains a seed of the ancient tree, and this fruit can be plucked and given to your friend." That's not bad. Luo Tian immediately thought of 2 balls and the others in the Tianqian continent. Once they broke through to the ancient continent, with the help of the ancient tree's fruit, their breakthrough would be very fast. Speaking of which, Fantasy Fairy faintly said, "No one has ever nurtured an ancient tree to the point of blooming. As for when it will bear fruit, I don't know. Moreover, this kind of breakthrough requires an opportunity. It might be tomorrow or a year or 10 years or even 1,000 years. Whether your yuan qi can withstand it or not is probably the most important thing you need to resolve right now. Right now, not only is the ancient tree absorbing your yuan qi, but every fruit on the ancient tree is also absorbing your yuan qi. In the past, it was 100,000 yuan qi, but now it's probably 200,000 yuan qi. It might even increase in the future. The stronger it was, the more energy it needed." Luo Tian frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Since it has already bloomed, if I don't get a fruit, how can I be worthy of myself? Moreover, no one has cultivated the ancient tree to the realm of blooming and bearing fruit. Then I have to be the first in the ancient era." "Good." Fantasy Fairy was even more excited than Luo Tian. She said, "I believe you will succeed, hee." She also wanted to see Luo Tian succeed. Once he succeeded, he would definitely be the first in the ancient era. No one could resist the power of the ancient fruit. This was also what Luo Tian wanted. If he didn't like anyone, he would kill them with an ancient fruit. What happened? Why did the barrier refined by Dean Huangfu suddenly disappear? Suddenly, there was a voice outside the arena. The quiet special recruitment hall suddenly boiled with excitement. "Boss is too mighty, ha ha ha, incomparably valiant. What kind of monstrous genius is that? Compared to my boss, he is just a cabbage, ha ha ha. Of course, the members of my beautiful girls' squad are good, hee hee." Luo Tian's appearance shocked everyone. Those family elders who had been clamoring to kill Luo Tian also calmed down. Luo Tian was too powerful. He could even break through the barrier refined by Huang Fuju, a sixth-order Emperor Realm Master, in an instant. This was enough to prove that his cultivation had reached the Emperor Realm. If this was the case, then they had to think carefully. At this time, the Crown Prince of Haijia suddenly stood up and smiled faintly. "The power of the ancient era. Brothers who have monthly tickets, don't forget." Chapter 1351. He could tell at a glance that it was the ancient power that broke the barrier. Even Huang Fuju and Dean Tianlong did not know about it, but the Haijia Crown Prince saw through it with a glance. The power of the world was ever-changing, all kinds of powerful and divine abilities, but he could see through it with a single sentence. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. One must know. Even the ancient kings did not know about the ancient power, but the Sea Emperor Dragon knew about it, which meant that he knew the attribute of this power. The void moved. The Haijia Crown Prince slowly landed. His face was still expressionless. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Is this what you rely on?" He said softly. The pressure came crashing down like an avalanche. Luo Tian's feet sank slightly. Bang! Bang! The two thick tiles under his feet shattered into powder. Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat. Too powerful, unstoppable power. Luo Tian's power was almost all suppressed. Even the divine fire could not be released. This was the power of the Crown Prince. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. Strong, very strong. This was also the power that the Haijia Crown Prince could look down on. Huang Fuju's gaze tightened, and Emperor Realm pressure came up to protect him. He stepped forward and said, "Crown Prince." Dean Tianlong also came out with a smile on his face. "Crown Prince, the competition is over." The Sea Emperor Dragon did not even look at them. He continued to say to Luo Tian, "One of the three great powers, the ancient power, is this what you rely on? You want to use it to fight me? You want to use it to fight me for Yunmeng?" Humph! A cold snort. Dean Tianlong and Huang Fuju's body suddenly took a step back. Their faces turned pale like Baiqi. Then, the Sea Emperor Dragon continued, "To me, it can't even withstand a single blow." The moment he spoke, he loosened his pressure. The atmosphere of the entire special recruitment hall also relaxed. Just now, everyone felt like there was a huge rock on their chest. They could not even speak. They could not breathe. Their whole body was extremely uncomfortable. Dean Tianlong and Huang Fuju's expressions darkened. The dean said, "Crown Prince, this is Cloud Mist College. If you still treat this as a place to nurture you, then please respect this place." There was a hint of reproach in his voice. After all, it was the Cloud Mist College that nurtured the Neptune Dragon. If it wasn't for Cloud Mist College, the Sea Emperor Dragon wouldn't have been able to climb Heaven's chosen mountain, nor would he have been able to possess such a powerful Heaven's chosen power. It was even more impossible for him to become the youngest Emperor Realm Master in the history of the ancient continent. The Neptune Dragon glanced at the dean and said indifferently, "If it wasn't for the fact that I still have some feelings for this place, I'm afraid that all of you would be dead today." Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the special recruitment hall seemed to drop to the lowest point. Everyone was shivering, including the elders in Haijia. What he said was not a joke at all. It was very serious. In other words, he could do it. He had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, yet he was able to crush Huang Fuju, Dean Tianlong, and other supermasters? What kind of valiant existence was this? Dean Tianlong's face turned grim and ugly. The Neptune Dragon grinned and said, "Dean, please rest assured. I will continue to fight for Cloud Mist College. I will also help you get the leader of this exorcism assembly. This is also my last help to Cloud Mist College. I will repay your kindness to me. As for the future, I will no longer contribute to Cloud Mist College. Even if I am destroyed, I won't care." It was as if someone was begging him to fight. Dean Tianlong didn't beg him. His appearance was entirely because of Haijia. One must know that the ultimate purpose of this conference was to select the leaders of the younger generation to form an exorcism team to fight against the demons. This was the best opportunity for Haijia to expand their influence, and also the best opportunity for Haijia to leave the central region. One must know, because of the appearance of the Saintess and Luotian, the 4 mythological beast bloodlines, the other 4 continents had sneaked into the central region one after another, especially the 4 mythological beasts and the experts from Eurasia. If Luotian formed an alliance with any party, it would cause an immeasurable impact to Haijia. This time, the Crown Prince led the team to eliminate the demons. In this way, the status of Haijia would be greatly improved. Then, Cloud Mist College would be annexed. Then, Haijia's influence would represent the central region. Anyone who wanted to be an enemy of Haijia would have to think carefully. Dean Tianlong didn't speak, because he really needed the Crown Prince to fight for the honor of Cloud Mist College. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The Neptune Dragon laughed wildly. His laughter shook the sky as if he was laughing at everyone. Everyone was trash in his eyes. He walked to Luotian's side and said coldly, "I said the ancient power is nothing to me." The moment he finished speaking, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, "Be careful." At this moment, she didn't ask for Luotian's consent and directly formed a defense around Luotian's body. At the same time, more than 13,000 leaves of the ancient tree fell at the same time and exploded at the same time. All the power formed a defense. Luotian's 7th level physical body also reacted instantly. However, just in the blink of an eye, the Neptune Dragon suddenly chopped down with his palm. Kacha! It was like a huge bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. The sky darkened. Everything in the special enrollment hall seemed to have been devoured in an instant by a super strong god's chosen one. Be careful! Luotian! In the entire special enrollment hall, only Dean Tianlong and Huang Fuju reacted. Huang Fuju opened his right hand and a space-time crack appeared. But all of this was too slow. It could also be said that the Haijia Crown Prince's speed was too fast. They simply couldn't react in time. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. With one palm, Luo Tian was instantly sent flying. His chest cracked. A mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew out like a residual line, crashing into the thick walls of the special enrollment hall. The walls quickly crumbled, the cracks extended, and finally covered the entire special enrollment hall, like a huge spider web. Luo Tian leaned against the wall, his pupils unfocused. His eyes powerlessly looked at the crown prince in the distance, the hatred in his heart soaring to the sky. One palm. I can't even withstand one palm from him. Ah! Luo Tian roared in his heart. His hatred soared to the sky, but a weak voice sounded in his heart. It was the voice of Fantasy Fairy. Don't be angry, your body's endurance has exceeded the limit. The power of the ancient tree has disappeared. Your body will have to withstand another strong impact. You must hold on, you must, before the voice finished. Fantasy Fairy's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally completely disappeared. Luo Tian was shocked. At this time, the defense formed by more than 13,000 leaves of the ancient tree also collapsed. A new round of impact began. Was it life? Was it death? Chapter 1352. His consciousness gradually disappeared. His vision slowly blurred. At the last glance, Luo Tian saw the Crown Prince's cold smile. I've said it before, these things of yours can't even withstand a single blow from me. Further back, Luo Tian fainted. The Crown Prince watched as Luo Tian slowly slid down from the wall. His eyes turned sinister, as if he had seen through Luo Tian's soul. He was slightly shocked and said, "He didn't die." Finished. He turned and walked out of the special enrollment hall. He did not make a move against Luo Tian, because, in his opinion, Luo Tian was already crippled and no longer qualified for him to make a move. The entire special enrollment hall was in shock. The Crown Prince is indeed the Crown Prince. He's ridiculously strong. Luo Tian was able to kill 28 monstrous geniuses, but he couldn't even withstand one move from the Crown Prince. Too strong. It seems that he really obtained the inheritance of the heavenly Tao. Did you feel it just now? It's all the power of God's chosen one. I can't even breathe under the pressure. This Luo Tian is too arrogant. He even wants to challenge Haijia, challenging the Crown Prince. He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. What kind of virtue does he have? What qualifications does he have to be compared with the Haijia Crown Prince? Damn, you guys still have the mood to argue about this. Look at the house above your head. It's about to collapse. Hurry up and run. The special enrollment hall was in chaos. At this time, Dean Tianlong didn't have the mood to think too much. He immediately said, "Huangfu, the special enrollment hall is about to turn into ruins. We have to protect the safety of these students. Academy elders, you all have to protect." Not waiting for him to finish, those elders of the Elder Pavilion ran faster than anyone else. No one stopped at all. Not to mention protecting the students. They couldn't wait to step on the heads of the students and rush out. The special enrollment hall was a huge building. Once it collapsed, it would be buried alive. Dean Tianlong frowned. Huang Fuju said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Heavenly Pillar Barrier. Open. Buzz. A ray of light shot out from Huang Fuju's palm and formed a circle of light. The circle of light expanded rapidly like a bubble and pushed up, supporting the collapsing special recruitment dojo. The chaotic scene was also slightly under control. "Boss!" "Luo Tian! Luo Tian!" Lu Zhan instantly rushed up and ran to Luo Tian's side. Seeing the pale face of Luo Tian, he clenched his fists. "Mother asterisk her, Crown Prince, if anything happens to boss, I won't let you off even if I die." Huang Fu also rushed over in an instant. Looking at the unconscious Luo Tian, she was extremely anxious and shouted loudly at Huang Fuju, "Father, Luo Tian is about to die. Luo Tian is about to die. Quickly come and save him." The holy maiden also descended in an instant. After checking her injuries, She took out a pill from her space ring and poured it into Luo Tian's mouth. She placed her palm on Luo Tian's chest and activated her essence, wanting to catalyze the pill in Luo Tian's mouth so that Luo Tian could absorb it. However, the pill melted, but it flowed out from the corner of his mouth and could not be absorbed at all. The Holy Maiden's expression was also incomparably anxious. No, no, I want to bring him to Phoenix Sky Mountain. I want my mother to save him. I don't want him to die. The pill that was given to Luo Tian just now was a divine grade pill. Only Phoenix Sky Mountain had this kind of pill. However, Luo Tian could not absorb it at all. While they were talking, the Holy Maiden was about to carry Luo Tian, tears flashing in the corner of her eyes. However, Huang Fuya stopped her and said, I won't allow you to take him away. The Holy Maiden's brows sank, and her eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. She coldly said, You'd better get out of my way. Huang Fuju could feel the fighting spirit released from the Holy Maiden's body. She also instantly activated her time and space blood vein, not giving in at all, and said, I won't allow you to take him away. Get out of the way. The Holy Maiden shouted again. Huang Fuya raised her voice and said, I won't. She did not know the identity of the Holy Maiden, so she naturally would not let the Holy Maiden take Luo Tian away. Even if she knew, she would not let the Holy Maiden take him away. The Holy Maiden's aura was released with a loud bang, and the white dress on her body fluttered in the wind. She glared at the center of her brows, and a wave of pressure rushed out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The gap between Huang Fuju's cultivation and the Holy Maiden's was too big. The pressure rushed over, and she could not withstand it at all, and her body was forced back. However, she used all her strength to rush up again and shouted, I won't let you take Luo Tian away from here. The two women were furious. Lu Zhan could only be stunned on the side. He did not know who to help at all. Huang Fuju quickly came up. Looking at the two women's posture, he frowned and said to the Holy Maiden, Can you let me take a look at Luo Tian's injuries first? The Holy Maiden did not let go at all and muttered, It's useless, it's useless. His body can't even absorb the divine grade pills from Phoenix Mountain. He can't take it anymore. He's going to die, he's going to die. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. All of you are Emperor Realm cultivators, but you can't stop someone who has just broken through to the Emperor Realm. What's the use of you people? What are you afraid of? Get out of the way. I want you to get out of the way. Tears poured out of the Holy Maiden's eyes. Seeing Luo Tian like this, her heart hurt so much. It was as if her heart was contracting. The pain made her suffocate. She had never experienced this feeling before. It was so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. She did not want to suffer this kind of pain again in her life. The aura on her body kept exploding, exploding and exploding again. Even Huang Fuju, who was in the Emperor Realm, could not take it anymore. Huang Fuju also felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. If he could block it, he would definitely block it. However, the Crown Prince's strength was far beyond his expectations. Even if he was prepared, he could not react in time. It was too fast. In just a few years, the Crown Prince's growth was too shocking, especially his control of the heaven's chosen power, which had reached the realm of a transcendent god. Hearing the Holy Maiden's words, his face became even more ugly. His expression turned even uglier. He felt guilty, but this was not the time to blame himself. He immediately said, Will you be able to cure him if you bring him back to Phoenix Mountain? Have you ever thought about yourself? You are the Holy Maiden, and your status is that you are not allowed to marry mortals. If you bring him back, what about yourself? Holy Maiden? Phoenix Mountain. At this time, Huang Fuya finally reacted. She stared at the Holy Maiden in shock. No wonder she has a different aura. The Holy Maiden smiled bitterly and said, I don't care so much. Even if I have to exchange my life for it, I want him to live. After saying that, she picked up Luo Tian and walked a few steps forward. Huangfu Yi suddenly said, Dad, use your time travel god art to help her. How long will it take for her to reach Phoenix Sky Mountain? Hearing this, plop, a sound. The holy maiden directly knelt in front of Huangfu Ju. Chapter 1353. He knelt down. Indeed, even if the holy maiden did not eat or drink, and did not rest, it was absolutely impossible for her to return to Phoenix Sky Mountain in a short period of time. Phoenix Sky Mountain was more than 10,000 miles away from here. Cloud Mist College's transmission array could not teleport them. If he wanted to save Luo Tian, time was of the essence. If he was too late, then Luo Tian was afraid. How noble was the holy maiden's identity. For Luo Tian, she knelt down without even thinking. This kneeling caused everyone around to be stunned. Huangfu Ju's expression was somewhat sluggish, and he immediately went forward to support the holy maiden, saying, Have you ever thought about what if your mother doesn't save him? Why don't we have a good discussion? Maybe we can find a way. It wasn't that he wasn't willing. It was that Huangfu Ju was thinking further, because he knew the rules of Phoenix Sky Mountain and knew that the holy maiden was absolutely not allowed to bring anyone, especially men, back to Phoenix Sky Mountain. Once brought back, he would receive an incomparably heavy punishment. Moreover, the people of Phoenix Sky Mountain still did not save Luo Tian, and chased Luo Tian down from Phoenix Sky Mountain. What should he do? At that time, who would save Luo Tian? At that time, even if Huangfu Ju wanted to save him, it would be too late. At this time, Dean Tianlong walked up and held onto Luo Tian's pulse. The idea moved and entered Luo Tian's body. His brows suddenly furrowed, and then he shook his head at Huangfu Ju, saying, There's no saving him. Dean Tianlong's younger brother was the strongest alchemy master in the central continent, and he himself was the strongest doctor. Luo Tian was currently on the verge of death. His internal organs were all damaged, and his sea of consciousness was deathly still. Even if such a person were to come back to life, he would still be a cripple, let alone cultivate. This was impossible. The Crown Prince has already cultivated the heaven's chosen power to the 9th level, and is able to maximize the destruction of the body. His body is already in a half-dead state, and I'm afraid no one in Cloud Mist College or even the Central Continent can save him. Dean Tianlong continued, and at the same time said, When the Crown Prince made his move, we also wanted to stop him, but he attacked suddenly. Even if we tried to stop him, it would be too late. He sighed heavily. The holy maiden's heart trembled as she said again, I beg you, take me to Phoenix Sky Mountain. She really couldn't care less now. Huangfu Ju's heart tightened. Sky Dragon wouldn't lie to him. Furthermore, it wasn't hard to tell from his expression that even if Luo Tian came back to life, he would be a cripple. He wouldn't be able to return to the peak. As for the divine grade talent, he would probably be gone. The power of heaven's chosen was too destructive. The bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts had probably already collapsed. Dean Tianlong said to Huangfu Ju, Huangfu, take her there. The only place that can save him is Phoenix Sky Mountain. Otherwise, he can only wait for death. This is his only hope. The saintess hurriedly said, I promise you, I will definitely ask my mother to save him. I will definitely bring him back to life. No matter how much she had to pay, she would not hesitate. Huangfu Ju was silent for a few seconds. Huangfu Ye also said, Father, take her back to Phoenix Sky Mountain. Luo Tian can't hold on for much longer. Lu Zhan also said, Uncle, please help my boss. I will kneel for you. Fatty had been holding back, trying his best not to cry. He had thought that Luo Tian would be able to endure it like he had in the past, and slaughter everyone like he had in the past. But now, Luo Tian's face was bloodless, and his aura was weak. He was like a dead man. Huangfu Ju gritted his teeth and said, It's as if I don't want to save him. Forget it. Huangfu Ju exhaled heavily and said to Sky Dragon, Senior brother, protect me. Sky Dragon nodded. Then his emperor realm aura shot out like a wave and directly enveloped them. Huang Fuju frowned, and a drop of blood essence condensed on his index finger. The blood essence floated in the air. Then, with the blood essence as the guide, the universe moved space-time open for me. The blood essence suddenly exploded. Huang Fuju stabbed his hands into the void and tore it apart. Walala! Space was torn apart like a large piece of cloth. Thunder rumbled inside, and ear-piercing rumbles sounded. It was like a roaring sea, and all kinds of strong currents crushed over. It was extremely powerful. Space-time was torn apart. Huang Fuju condensed another drop of blood essence. Once the blood essence opened, it formed a space-time barrier that directly protected Luo Tian and the Holy Maiden. He then instructed, "Don't move around in the space-time crack. You must follow my footsteps. Otherwise, if you are swallowed by the crack, you will never be able to return." The space-time crack was an extremely dangerous place. The slightest carelessness would cause one to turn into ashes. The Holy Maiden nodded heavily. Huang Fuju glanced at Dean Skydragon and said, "Senior brother, Luo Tian is seriously injured and 28 geniuses have fallen. I'm afraid that Cloud Mist College will suffer a huge blow. The king forces in Cloud Mist City will definitely join forces and cause chaos. We have internal strife now. I'm afraid," he was worried. "If he was here, he would have one more helper. Once he left, Cloud Mist College would have one less Emperor Realm ranker. Furthermore, the Haijia Crown Prince had heavily injured Luo Tian with a single move. The Haijia Crown Prince, who had been in hiding, would definitely take advantage of the situation and rise up." Dean Skydragon said, "Don't worry about Cloud Mist College, as long as you return safely." What Huang Fuju was worried about was also what he was worried about. However, even if he was worried, it was useless. Since it had already happened, he could only face it. Huang Fuju said in a deep voice, "I will be back soon." Immediately after, he said to the Holy Maiden, "Prepare to enter the space-time crack." Immediately after, he entered the crack, and the Holy Maiden followed closely behind. In the end, Huang Fuju glanced at his daughter and activated his space-time bloodline. The three of them quickly traveled through the space-time crack. Cloud Mist City. "Haijia." Hai Tongtian laughed out loud. "Good, good, good." He said the word good 3 times in a row. "Luo Tian, no matter how arrogant you are, no matter how much you jump around, what can you do? My son can beat him back to his original state with a single slap. Ha ha ha. I have finally vented my anger. Ha ha ha." The hall was filled with jubilation, as if they had won a battle. To Hai Tong Tian, Luo Tian's heavy injuries were something that made him happier than anything else, because this meant that he had severely damaged Cloud Mist College's spirit. The most important point was it was the Crown Prince who had heavily injured Luo Tian. This made Haijia's position even stronger. Reporting to Patriarch, just now the Imperial Ancestor sent someone to inform us that he has already joined forces with the 12 king forces of Cloud Mist City. Now is the time to take over Cloud Mist College. Furthermore, I have received news that Huang Fuju has brought the heavily injured Luo Tian to Phoenix Mountain. Isn't the Holy Maiden bringing a man back to Phoenix Mountain breaking the rules of Phoenix Mountain? Luo Tian will definitely die there. Patriarch, this is our chance. It's time for Haijia to rise. It's time to uproot the Cloud Mist Academy. Patriarch, let's fight. Nyo had a high fever again, and her heart was broken by her tears. Chapter 1354. The most mysterious place in the ancient continent. Phoenix Sky Mountain. Rumor had it that this was the place closest to the divine realm. There was a passage to the divine realm here. The only divine emissary of the divine realm in the ancient continent was here. She sent the most talented geniuses to the divine realm who had successfully passed the tribulation. But No one had successfully passed the tribulation in the ancient continent for thousands of years. If they couldn't condense a divine spark, they couldn't enter the divine realm. If they failed the tribulation, they would die. There were some peak Emperor realm masters in the 5 continents. They didn't dare to take the risk and try to pass the tribulation. Huff, 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 huff. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Huang Fuju was panting. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his face was extremely pale. He had used too much energy to use the space-time bloodline this time. Moreover, he still had to protect the Saintess and Luo Tian. He was even more tired and almost couldn't bear it. Of course, if it wasn't for the Saintess leading the way, he wouldn't have found this place. After all, this was the most mysterious place in the ancient continent. Without a guide, very few people would be able to reach this place. Huang Fuju said to the Saintess, "Leave quickly. Don't worry about me. I'll recover after some rest. Remember, if your mother isn't willing to save Luo Tian, you must bring him down the mountain. I'll find another way." He was very worried. He was even sure that the Saintess mother wouldn't save Luo Tian. This was the rule of Phoenix Sky Mountain for thousands of years. It couldn't be broken. Now that the Saintess had brought Luo Tian into Phoenix Sky Mountain, she had already violated the rules. However, Huang Fuju had no other choice. The Saintess frowned. She looked at the mountain peak shining with holy light and said, "No matter what happens, I'll save him. Dean Huangfu, wait for me here. I'll bring him down. When the time comes, you'll have to send him back." Huang Fuju frowned. Haijia must have known that he had left Cloud Mist College. He was worried that the Cloud Mist College would be attacked. He wanted to rush back immediately, but he was worried about Luo Tian. He said, "Okay, 3 days. I can only wait for 3 days." 3 days was the limit. Luo Tian was important, but Cloud Mist College needed him more now. The Holy Maiden said, "Yes, all right." Then he leaped lightly with Luo Tian in his arms and disappeared into the forest. Huang Fuju sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered. "Saintess Qian is back? Saintess, why have you returned?" Who is the person in your arms?" Okay, he seems different from us. Is he a man?" The Saintess walked to the mountain gate. The faces of the 2 fairies guarding the mountain gate were filled with questions. They were sent here when they were still babies. They had lived for decades and had never seen a man. One had to know that everyone in Phoenix Sky Mountain were women. This was a forbidden area for men. Men were not allowed to appear here. This was the first prohibition issued by Heavenly Maiden. They looked curiously at the Luo Tian in the Saintess' arms. At the same time, their expressions changed slightly. One of the fairies said anxiously, "Saintess, the rules of the Phoenix Mountain forbid men from entering." You a man? I've never seen a man before. Is this a man?" The other fairy, who was slightly cute, stared at Luo Tian and said curiously. At the same time, she giggled and said, "Saintess, where did you find him? It's too fun." "Man, or don't talk nonsense. Saintess, you should send him away. I won't tell the Heavenly Maiden and the Divine Maiden." The Saintess's face was cold as she said, indifferently, "I will personally tell them. You guys can let him go. Everything that happened today has nothing to do with you." As she spoke, she stepped into the mountain gate. Buzz! A strong barrier force burst forth. The Saintess' knees suddenly bent and her body trembled. Luo Tian, who was in her arms, was as heavy as a mountain. She could not move an inch. "Ha!" he shouted softly. All the power in his body erupted as he moved gently. The forbidden power of Phoenix Sky Mountain. Bang! 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 With every step she took, a deep footprint would be left under her feet. The Saintess' body also gradually bent down. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her face was pale. All the forbidden power was blocking Luo Tian. Uncomfortable, incomparably uncomfortable. after walking for less than 100 meters. Plop! He knelt down on one knee. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The saintess struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at the mountain peak of the cloud layer sect, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, Luo Tian, I will definitely get Mother to save you. You must not give up, you must not. He set off again. On the sky peak of Phoenix Sky Mountain, thunder rumbled. Lightning raged. It was like the end of the world. She actually brought a man back. She actually brought a man back. Doesn't she know that Phoenix Sky Mountain does not allow any men to appear? Even if he is a male demon beast, he is not allowed. He actually dares to ignore my dignity. A voice spread throughout the entire Phoenix Sky Mountain. His voice was filled with fury. In the Phoenix Hall, everyone knelt down. The leader was the saintess's mother, the goddess of Phoenix Sky Mountain. Above her was the heavenly maiden. In other words, the divine realm's emissary. The moment the saintess brought Luo Tian into the sacred mountain, she sensed it and was extremely angry. What she hated the most was men. No matter what kind of man it was all the same. The goddess knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, Heavenly Maiden, my daughter must have encountered something important. Please forgive her. I will let her kill that man. I beg you to forgive her youth and ignorance. Humph! The heavenly maiden coldly snorted, her boundless divine might crushing all the creatures within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Then, the goddess was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, she attacked and directly landed on Chan, who was carrying Luo Tian on her back on the stairs. Her knees and hands were bleeding, but her eyes were incomparably resolute. Chan! A heavy shout rang out. Seeing her daughter in such a state, her heart kept twitching in pain. The saintess gently raised her head, and when she saw that it was her mother, her eyes lit up, and she immediately said, Mother, save him. I beg you to save him. He's dying. Please save him. The saintess seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. It was just that the goddess's face turned cold as she said in a deep voice, Chan, Heavenly Maiden is already angry. I order you to kill him now. Kill him immediately. Otherwise, if you anger Heavenly Maiden, the consequences will be unimaginable. The saintess's face darkened, and her eyes immediately dimmed. She shook her head and said, No, I want him to live. Even if I have to use my life to exchange for his life, I'm willing. Chapter 1355. Pa. Imperceptibly, a slap landed on his face. The goddess sternly shouted, Chan, do you know what you're saying? In her anger, she slapped her daughter. After the slap, she felt some regret in her heart. However, if she didn't do this, if the Heavenly Maiden made her move, it wouldn't be as simple as giving Chan a slap. The Holy Maiden's eyes were still resolute as she said, Mother, I know what I'm doing. I want to save him. I must save him. Even if he is my life and death calamity, I am willing to bear any consequences. Word for word, she spoke resolutely and decisively. In the space-time crack, she had already thought of everything she would face. The goddess's face was filled with shock. She had never thought that in less than a year, her daughter would become like this. What was the reason? Hearing Chan mention the life and death calamity, her expression became incomparably ugly. In the blink of an eye, the goddess's brows twitched, and huge force attacked the Holy Maiden's embrace. If you can't do it, Mother will do it for you. I can't let him kill you. I definitely won't allow it. While they were talking, Chan quickly moved, using her body to protect Luo Tian, kneeling on the ground and saying, Kill him, I will immediately die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The divine might was boundless, and even the Phoenix Sky Mountain was shaking. Huangfu Ju, who was at the foot of the mountain, opened his eyes and felt the rolling divine might. He was overwhelmed with shock. Luo Tian, you must live on. He was also worried in his heart. However, it was no longer something he could control. The only thing he could do was to wait. The heavenly maiden was enraged. The power of the divine might crush the holy maiden's sea of consciousness, and her cultivation was instantly suppressed. An angry shout came from the sky. Qian, you have disappointed me too much. I have repeatedly warned you that once your life and death calamity appears, you must immediately kill him. You must not be soft-hearted, but you have truly disappointed me. The holy maiden's cultivation was suppressed, facing the crushing pressure of the divine might, facing the crushing pressure of the forbidden power of Phoenix Sky Mountain. She was almost unable to breathe. Her head felt like it was being torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. However, her eyes were still incomparably resolute. He looked at the sky and said, "Your Highness, I have disappointed you, but I still want to save him." "How dare you?" Rumble! With a loud sound, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky. All the clouds within 10,000 miles were sucked into it. At the center of the whirlpool was a black hole. Endless divine might was released from the black hole. That kind of aura was extremely terrifying. The goddess also immediately knelt on the ground. "Lady Heavenly Maiden, my daughter is not sensible. Please don't be angry. I will definitely not let this man leave the Phoenix Heavenly Mountain alive. I will definitely not let him tarnish this sacred ground." While speaking, she shouted again, "Qian, listen to your mother and hand him over to me." "No." The holy maiden's eyes were wet as she asked, "Mother, do you know who he is?" The goddess was puzzled. "I don't care who he is, as long as he is a man. He is not allowed to step into the sacred ground." The holy maiden said loudly, "He is my brother-in-law, and he is also your eldest daughter's husband. Elder sister has been abandoned by you for so many years, and he is elder sister's only family member. Shouldn't you go and save him?" Boom! Another, even more powerful sound rang out. The whirlpool in the sky became even angrier. "It's that bastard's husband. Xianyan, I didn't expect you to lie to me for so many years." "Ah ha ha, you actually lied to me that she's dead. I didn't expect you to actually put her in a lower plane. No wonder I couldn't find her. You really tricked me so hard." Thunder rumbled in the sky. The heavenly maiden's anger was boundless, and everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was violently trembling. The goddess's name was Xianyan. She was the chief disciple of the heavenly maiden. She had made a mistake back then. Hearing the news about his eldest daughter, Xianyan was instantly shocked, and his entire being was dumbfounded. Looking at Luo Tian, this man who was wandering on the edge of life and death, he was his daughter's husband? The holy maiden did not know about the relationship between her sister and Luo Tian. What she said was also his guess. However, she could not care so much now. As long as she could help Luo Tian, nothing mattered. It was just that she did not understand her mother's past, and even more so, did not know that the heavenly maiden hated her sister's existence. This was no doubt adding fuel to the fire. Xianyan's body trembled slightly. She owed Shui in her heart. Ever since she sent Shui to the profound sky continent, she had regretted it. She had secretly entered the profound sky continent several times to search for Shui, but to no avail. Now that Qian had said it out loud, her heart twitched with pain. Immediately, she gritted her teeth, knelt on the ground, and said, "Master, please save him." "Even you betrayed me?" A loud sound rang out in the sky, and a divine power blasted down, directly blasting Xianyan's hair into a loose bun. She was in an incomparably sorry state, and all her cultivation was instantly crushed to the point that she could not move. Xianyan spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Qian anxiously rushed forward. "Mother." Xianyan's face did not have the slightest trace of blood. She did not even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth as she anxiously said, "Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple only begs you to save his life and also compensate me for the debt I owe him all these years. How do you owe that bastard again? Xianyan, you lied to me for so many years, and now you're begging me for the sake of that bastard's man. I'm really disappointed. I'm already completely disappointed in you, mother and daughter. I didn't expect that I would actually choose you to be the successor of the Phoenix Sky Mountain. The voice in the sky was filled with monstrous anger. Disappointed? Heartbroken? The heavenly maiden said in a deep voice, I'll give you another choice. Immediately kill this man and bring that bastard back to me. No, no, no. The holy maiden shook her head repeatedly and said, Lady Heavenly Maiden, I beg you, not waiting for her to finish. A wave of divine might came crashing down, like a slap to Qian-Qian's face. Pa! Qian-Qian was directly hit to the ground. The Heavenly Maiden coldly snorted and said, If you dare to say another word for him, I will make you disappear from this world forever. Her voice was filled with incomparably sharp killing intent. Qian-Qian's cheeks were red and swollen, and she was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Suddenly, she struggled to get up from the ground, but she did not kneel like before. Instead, she stood up, looked at the huge whirlpool in the sky, and said word by word, I want to break through the cage of samsara. Boom! Rumble! Thunder rumbled, and the divine might swept over like a monstrous wave. Xianyan was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Qian-Qian, you're crazy. No, you can't break through the cage of samsara. Absolutely not. That's hell. You can't go. You can't. I'm proud of being a farmer. I'm proud of being a farmer. I've never felt that being a farmer was bad. I've never looked down on myself. There are some readers at Qijian. If you like them, then read them. If you don't like them, then scram. If you like novels, then read them. If you don't like them, then click on them. Why pretend to be a god and spout nonsense? So what if I'm a farmer? So what if I'm a farmer? Did the farmers F***CK your ancestors for 18 generations? I was really annoyed when I saw some of the comments today, because it wasn't the first time. I pretended not to see them the first few times. But this time, I really couldn't take it anymore. In addition, after 12 o'clock tomorrow, QQ reading will be free to read. Brothers, welcome to support. Chapter 1356, Reincarnation Cage. It was a cage set up by the first fairy of Phoenix Sky Mountain. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than hell. It was like walking on the edge of life and death. The pain was 10,000 times worse than in the reincarnation passage. In the history of Phoenix Sky Mountain, there were 3 people who wanted to get the fairies help through the reincarnation cage. However, they never came out after entering the reincarnation cage. It was obvious that they had died inside. The Saintess was only at the Holy Spirit realm. Compared to the 3 experts in front of her, her cultivation could be said to be not worth mentioning at all. There was only one outcome after entering the reincarnation cage: death. However, she had no other choice. Only by breaking through the reincarnation cage could one make a request to the fairy. The hijack crown prince's god's chosen power was one of the 3 strongest powers in the ancient continent. He was known as the chosen son, and his god's chosen power contained the power of the heavenly Tao. In the ancient continent, only the Saintess could save him. Therefore, the Saintess had no other choice. The reincarnation cage was the only way she could think of to save Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, good. The Saintess's voice was extremely cold. The ancestor once said that anyone who can pass through the reincarnation cage can make a request to the Saintess. Qian-Qian, as long as you can pass through the reincarnation cage, I will agree to help you save him. However, you have to hurry. His injuries are more serious than you think. It is a miracle that he didn't die on the spot. However, even if he doesn't die now, he is not far from it. At most, he has 3 more days to live. If you don't come out of the reincarnation cage in 3 days, then he will die. Indeed, this was the most serious injury Luo Tian had suffered since he transmigrated to another world. He had completely lost consciousness and did not know what was happening outside. His consciousness was sleeping. His mind, sea of consciousness, everything in his body was shattered. He suffered an unprecedented injury. The fair family's crown prince's heaven's chosen power was really too powerful. All heaven used all of his power to defend himself, but he still couldn't block it. Xian Yan knelt on the ground and anxiously said, "Saintess, please don't." Qian, don't act recklessly. The reincarnation cage is not a place you can enter. Apologize to the holy maiden and kill that man immediately. Even if he is Shui, Er's husband, I can't let you take this risk. Absolutely not. Without waiting for the saintess to speak, a stern voice came from the sky. Xianyan, I'll settle the score with you about that vile spawn later. Qian has already proposed the reincarnation cage, so she must go in. I want to see how she can survive in there. I want to see what power in this world can resist the corrosion of the reincarnation power. Qian, come on. The fairy was still incomparably furious. On Phoenix Mountain, she was the ruler. Anyone who opposed her would not have a good ending. Qian brought Luo Tian to the sacred mountain, which was already touching his reverse scale. Now, she even brought up the cage of reincarnation. She would not let Qian live. Rumble. A force instantly lifted Qian up. In an instant, Qian appeared in another place. Phoenix Sky Mountain's forbidden grounds. The entrance to the cage of reincarnation. A cold wind blew. When the wind blew on the face, it was like a knife cutting. It was incomparably uncomfortable. The entrance to the cage of reincarnation was above a huge array. For stone pillars rose into the sky. They were engraved with all sorts of mysterious, shining runes. In the middle of the 4 stone pillars was a huge black hole. From time to time, there would be sounds that were even more unpleasant than the cries of ghosts. It was like a passage to hell. The atmosphere here was abnormally terrifying. Qian almost could not stand steadily. Looking at the black hole that was like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast, she clenched her fists tightly. The fairy's cold voice rang in her ears. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? You don't dare to? Ha ha ha! The most precious thing in this world is life. What kinship, brotherhood, and that even more shameful love are all worthless in front of it. You want to save him? Then go down. I want to see how long you can hold on." The fairy was like a crazy woman. Obviously, she lacked love since she was young. When she grew up, she was even hurt by men. That was why she was like this. A man who hated everything in the world. The holy maiden's eyes tightened. She gently put down Luo Tian on her back. Looking at the pale Luo Tian, she said softly, "Wait for me. I will definitely come back. I will definitely come out alive. You must wait for me." Finished. When she took the first step, a voice sounded in her mind. "Take me with you." The voice that came from Luo Tian's body. Qian's eyes shook. She turned around and looked at Luo Tian. It was as if she had heard wrongly recently. However, this was not Luo Tian's voice. It was a woman's voice. What was going on? Just as Qian was puzzled, that weak voice sounded again. "I am in Luo Tian's body. My name is Fantasy Fairy. Take Luo Tian's body. He can help you. Remember, you must take his body with you." Slowly, the voice became softer and softer. Softer and softer. In the end, it completely disappeared. Qian was bewildered. She knitted her brows and gritted her teeth. She carried Luo Tian on her back again. Suddenly, a happy smile appeared on her face. She whispered, "If I can die with you, it will be a happy thing." Her voice wasn't loud. However, the holy maiden heard it very clearly. "Ah!" A mournful scream rang out. He said solemnly, "Slut, you're still showing off your love even when you're about to die. You two can die together in the reincarnation cage." Before he could finish, a force pushed Qian from behind. Qian staggered and her body flew out, directly crashing into the array. Before she could stand up, a strong suction force sucked her into the huge black hole. She instantly lost consciousness. Luo Tian was also thrown out from her back. Luo Tian, a shout came from the black hole. Subsequently, the entrance regained its calm, as if nothing had happened. However, the moment Qian and Luo Tian fell into the black hole, the 4 stone pillars shot out a ray of light at the same time. The light shot straight into the sky. Then, as if there was a huge gear turning in the depths of the earth, the reincarnation cage began to turn. Holy Maiden Xian Yan rushed over. Seeing her daughter being sucked in, she shouted, "Qian!" Bang! Her body was sent flying. A surge of energy instantly lifted her up and bound her in midair. Then another invisible slap landed on her face. "It's all your vile spawn. Phoenix Sky Mountain's face has been thrown away by you 3. The Holy Maiden was extremely ferocious. At the same time, she revealed her true body from the sky. She was a stunning woman like a fairy. However, her eyes were filled with endless coldness. I recommend a good friend's book, Omnipotent System King. It can be searched on Qidian Chinese Network and QQ. It's an urban version of the system. It's so cool. If you like it, go and collect it. Chapter 1357. It's the 2 bastards you gave birth to. You should have thrown them into the sea. Now, because of them, Phoenix Sky Mountain's reputation has been lost. Xianyan, it's the end of you being a goddess. You have to bear all the consequences for your 2 daughters' unforgivable crimes. The goddess stared coldly at Xianyan, who was in midair. If not for the fact that she was once her favorite disciple, she would have definitely killed her. Xianyan said, "Master, you can punish me however you want. I beg you, please save Qian. She's only at the upper Holy Spirit realm. She can't withstand the reincarnation cage. You said that she could reach the God realm. Please spare her life. Only experts who have condensed the Godhead can enter the reincarnation cage." Tears flowed. She owed her 2 daughters too much in her heart. She owed Shui, and Qian. She knew very well that Phoenix Sky Mountain was a huge cage. They didn't know what love was and could only face the world coldly. They lived like corpses, but she didn't dare to tell her daughter this. As long as she was a member of Phoenix Sky Mountain, she had to obey everything. But now, she couldn't care less. Even if she had to use her own life, she would exchange it for her daughter's life. Humph! I did say that she could ascend to the divine domain, but I also said that once her life and death tribulation appeared, I would kill her without mercy. But she didn't listen. From the moment she didn't listen to me, she should have thought of her own fate. This is her life and death tribulation, and this is also her choice. I won't save her. Even if she could ascend to the divine domain, I still won't save her. Because she entered the samsara cage for the most disgusting, ugly, despicable, and sinister man in the world. So it's even more impossible for me to save her. The goddess's tone was unusually cold. After saying that, her eyes turned ferocious. She said to Xianyan, "As their mother, you didn't discipline them well. You must be punished. Otherwise, where will my dignity be?" As soon as her voice fell, a cage suddenly fell from the sky. Dark prison. It directly trapped Xianyan, who was in midair. "Fly! Shua!" Dark prison immediately flew out, covering tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, arriving at the very center of the Sea of Darkness. Sea demons were raging here. Huge waves wreaked havoc, as if it was hell on earth. "Fall!" the heavenly maiden ordered. The dark prison fell into the sea and kept sinking. Eventually, it sank to a depth of tens of thousands of meters. With a loud boom, a 9-headed sea monster swallowed the dark prison inside the samsara cage. It was a wasteland. There was nothing at all. It was as if he had arrived at an empty space. Chan Chan's eyes slowly opened. The moment she regained consciousness, her eyes shook. Luo Tian. He stood up and looked around. Seeing Luo Tian lying not too far away, she quickly ran over and put Luo Tian on her back again. Then she said in a soft voice, "I will definitely take you out of here and save you. If you are my life and death calamity, then even if I die, I will still live." Roar, roar suddenly. Little White ran out from Luo Tian's spatial ring and turned into a big white dog half the height of a human. It bared its fangs and growled in a low voice in the distance. Woo, 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 woo! Little White had always been lying in Luo Tian's spatial ring. When the hijack crown prince made his move, it was still asleep. It only woke up after entering the samsara cage and found that Luo Tian was seriously injured. He was very angry and immediately ran out of the spatial ring. Now was the time when Luo Tian needed him. If Luo Tian could level up, then all the injuries on his body would be healed. Kylie's Saint Knight Regiment was training new knights. Even if they went into the mountains to hunt, the experience of the demon beasts in the immeasurable mountain range was useless. Luo Tian needed 2 billion experience to level up. Ordinary demon beasts were useless. But if there were demon beasts in the samsara cage, they would definitely be incomparably powerful demon beasts. As long as there were enough demon beasts, he could level up. Once he leveled up, all his attributes would be restored, including his physical body. This was the reason why Fantasy Fairy risked her last breath to let Chan Chan bring Luo Tian into the samsara cage. She had followed Luo Tian for a long time. She knew what the mysterious prompt in Luo Tian's body was. She also knew that every time Luo Tian broke through, everything on his body would be restored. So she concluded that as long as Luo Tian broke through, he would be able to recover. As for the Heavenly Maiden saving Luo Tian, even if Chan Chan got out alive, the cold Heavenly Maiden would not save Luo Tian. She hated all men in the world. How could she save Luo Tian? It was better to rely on oneself than on others. If Luo Tian was still conscious, he would never let Chan Chan beg a cold and heartless Heavenly Maiden. Little White's appearance made Chan Chan happy. "Little White, why are you here? Is there danger approaching in front?" Who was Little White? Little White was a creature from another world, summoned by the old granny. Moreover, he had swallowed the divinity of the ancient king. Although she did not know why Little White did not change after swallowing the divinity, she was sure that Little White was not simple. Little White nodded. His gaze suddenly looked in another direction. Woo, woo, woo. Another low growl sounded. Then there was another one. Countless rustling sounds could be heard in the dim surroundings. It was as if snakes were slithering on the sand. The dangerous aura directly surrounded them. Chan Chan also felt it. She pulled out her white sword, tore a long piece of cloth from her clothes, and tied Luo Tian tightly to her body. She muttered, "I will definitely bring you out." Boom! There was a loud sound. A red light flashed from the darkness. Ants. Ants that were half the height of a human. Thousands of them. Every ant's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit realm. The aura they emitted was abnormally oppressive. Moreover, there was a strong aura on their bodies. This aura did not belong to the ancient continent. It came from another world. Chan Chan whispered, "The reincarnation cage is divided into 18 levels, also known as the 18 levels of hell. The first level is the ants of reincarnation. Their cultivation is at the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit realm. There are countless of them. Rumor has it that these are ant eggs that the ancestors summoned from another world. After absorbing the power of reincarnation, they crazily became stronger. Among these countless ants, only one can break through this swarm of ants. Only by finding that one can we find the entrance to the next level." Swoosh, swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! The ants of reincarnation crazily pressed forward. Little White's body instantly turned into a giant. With a thought, he directly sent a voice transmission to Chan Chan. Protect boss. I will tear these ants into pieces. Recommended girls book. Where is the princess consort? Author, Thousand Island Demoness. Your Highness, this humble girl swears to the heavens. I am only treating you as a short-term meal ticket. I really did not want to be a princess consort. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? You want to marry me as a princess consort? This is not fun at all. Chapter 1358. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Reincarnation Ant for obtaining 10,000 experience and 1,000 primordial energy. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Reincarnation Ant for obtaining 10,000 experience and 1,000 primordial energy. Ding. The system's notifications kept ringing in Luo Tian's mind. His consciousness had disappeared, but the invincible leveling system was still there, so the voice notifications kept ringing. This was also because from the moment the granny of Pangu Cave asked Little White to be entrusted to Luo Tian. Little White was Luo Tian's battle pet. Every time he killed a monster, Luo Tian would obtain all the experience. Furthermore, when the little white dog went crazy, it was simply too amazing. He was already at the demigod realm. After devouring the divine spark in the ancient king's body, he didn't seem to have changed, but during this period of time his cultivation had improved by quite a bit. Dealing with these reincarnation ants was like cutting cabbages. Chan looked at the little white dog's ferocity and said in shock, "Little White is really powerful. This way we have more hope. Luo Tian, you have to hold on. As long as you can pass through the reincarnation passage, the fairy will save you. When that time comes," she didn't continue. Her eyes were a little wet. The little white dog continued to crush them. The first level of the reincarnation cage was filled with corpses. The little white dog wasn't in a hurry at all. He killed them one by one, not letting any of them go. Even if they were small ants, he wouldn't let them go. Because a woman's voice had been transmitted to him while he was still asleep, telling him to do his best to kill all the demon beasts here, and not let a single one go. Only in this way would he be able to save Luo Tian. For his master, the little white dog, was indeed very desperate. From the moment Luo Tian forcefully withstood his attack, he was filled with admiration in his heart. The Hai family's crown prince had seriously injured Luo Tian, causing Xiao Bai to blame himself. If he hadn't fallen asleep at that time, he might not have ended up like this. He was confident that he could withstand the attack of a mere Emperor Realm Master. He felt that he owed her something, and at this moment he wanted to make up for it. So he went crazy. Slaughter all of these reincarnation ants. In the end, he finally found the Ant King. Die. The little white dog looked at the corpses that covered the sky and left the Ant King as the last one. With a swipe of its sharp claws, the Ant King's body was sliced in half. Boom! The Ant King's body split open, and a pool of red liquid flowed out. The liquid spread rapidly on the ground. Immediately after, the sand on the ground suddenly spun, forming a whirlpool larger than a person. Chan walked up and immediately said, "This is the entrance to the second floor. Let's go in." After that, the little white dog took the lead and jumped down first. Chan followed closely behind. The second layer of the reincarnation cage was also filled with countless monster beasts, all of whom were at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. But the boss here was at the Emperor realm. The little white dog rushed outside the cage. In Misty Cloud City, tens of millions of kilometers away, fire beacons rose in all directions and everything was in a mess. Cloud Mist Mountain Peak, Cloud Mist College had been conquered. Countless of the students who had fought for the Cloud Mist Academy had died, and the remaining were all seriously injured. Hai Tongtian stood at the front, his eyes cold. He stared at Dean Tianlong and sneered, "Tianlong, I advise you to give up resisting. You have already lost. Cloud Mist College's luck is over. Don't make any unnecessary resistance." Behind him were 18 king clans. Every family had sent out an Emperor Realm expert. Haijia had even sent out 3 Emperor Realm experts. The difference in strength was too great. Not to mention, there were many Haijia people inside Cloud Mist College. With the cooperation of both inside and outside, it was conquered in less than a day. There was another reason. Tianlong didn't expect Haijia to make a move so quickly. He didn't have time to react at all. Blitzkrieg. Everything happened too quickly, just like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react. Sky Dragon looked a little embarrassed. He was indeed strong. Just now, someone had fought against 3 Emperor Realm Masters alone and even gained the upper hand. But as soon as he left, the other students had no one to protect them. So they were immediately defeated. They died and the injured were injured. Cloud Mist College had tens of thousands of students, but now there were only a little more than 1,000 people left on Cloud Mist Mountain Peak. Tianlong hated it. He hated it very much. Looking at Hai Tong Tian, a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. He could kill Hai Tong Tian in an instant. However, what would happen after that? In the void, there was also the Haijia Crown Prince who had been watching and hadn't made a move. Tianlong had already seen his strength. It was no longer something he as a teacher could compare to. Moreover, this time, when the Hai family's crown prince came out from his closed-door training, his temperament had completely changed. Even when facing his teacher, his gaze was incomparably cold. The cold arrogance in his bones and imposing manner of someone who was a cut above others were vividly displayed. He had wholeheartedly wanted to revive Cloud Mist Academy, but the Hai family had pressured him to the point that he couldn't breathe. He had always compromised, especially on the issue of Luo Tian. He had always given in to the Hai family, but what did he get in return? Phew! Tianlong's body relaxed. He glanced at the injured students and several elders behind him and was about to speak. Ren Xiaoyao stepped forward and said, "Head, let's fight. Let's die. We, Cloud Mist College, will never compromise." In an instant, those hot-blooded students also shouted, "Dean, let's fight." At worst, they would die. Even if they surrendered, they might not be able to escape death. Hai Tongtian's eyes were ferocious. He sneered and said, "Fight? Are you still qualified to fight? I advise you to give up resistance. I am very merciful. As long as you give up resistance, I will spare your dog lives." Ha ha ha. The Alliance army behind him also laughed. Luo Tian had killed the genius that their family had nurtured in the Cloud Mist Academy, which had completely infuriated them. Plus, Haijia's Crown Prince's attack made them see that Cloud Mist College was exhausted and could no longer be a climate. It was better to join Haijia and then follow the Crown Prince to plot the entire Central Continent, or even the entire ancient continent. Now the Crown Prince, even those masters at the peak of the Emperor Realm would find it difficult to resist, right? Tianlong looked at Hai Tongtian's face. He secretly clenched his fists. After a few seconds, he relaxed and said, "I want you to promise not to kill them." Ha ha ha! Hai Tongtian laughed heartily. The boulder in his heart had finally been lifted. He was truly afraid that Sky Dragon would put up a desperate struggle. He smiled and said, "Of course, I promise not to kill them. But you must first lock yourself up. I have already prepared a lock for you." While talking, Hai Tongtian took out a chain from the space ring. Tianlong's eyebrows tightened. Dragon-trapped lock! The first chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Brother Zhang of the Qijian Chinese Network for the 10,000 Qijian coins tip. The old cow will add a chapter to your name tomorrow to express his gratitude. Today it will continue to be free. In addition, recommend a book, Celestial Sealing Gate, a rare Xinxia masterpiece, and this was written by a girl. Don't miss it. Quickly search and add it to the bookshelf. Chapter 1359. Ha ha ha! Dean Tianlong has good eyesight. That's right, this is the dragon confining lock. I specially prepared it for you. Of course! It was originally prepared for that old man Huang Fuju, but he was lucky and escaped. Now it's your turn. Hai Tong Tian threw the dragon confining lock in front of Tianlong and sneered, "Lock yourself up." Dragon confining lock. Peak grade divine artifact. It could seal one's cultivation, and not even a trace of strength could be used. It was rumored it could even seal a divine dragon, hence the name Dragon Confining Lock. This lock had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, but it was in Hai Tongtian's hands. Of course, no matter how powerful Hai Tongtian was, it was impossible for him to get such a thing. Obviously, this thing was found by the crown prince from an ancient world and brought back. Dean, don't believe his nonsense. Don't take it. Don't take it. People kept talking about it. They wanted to fight, even if they had to die. But Dean Tianlong had different considerations from them. As long as Exenhua was alive, their Cloud Mist College would have a chance to be rebuilt. He wanted to protect them. One more life was one more life. Too many people died today. Cloud Mist College was covered in blood. He couldn't allow any more deaths. He could not afford to die again. He was now a sinner of Cloud Mist College. Dean Tianlong picked up the dragon confining lock on the ground. A cold light flashed past his eyes, staring into Hai Tongtian's eyes, and said, "I hope you can keep your words. If you dare to hurt them," his tone suddenly changed. The temperature dropped rapidly. The surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees, and everyone felt a bone-chilling chill. This chill seeped into their minds, making them shiver. Hai Tongtian's body trembled, if not for a force holding him back. He would have been paralyzed on the ground. His heart tightened and his hatred soared. While talking, Dean Tianlong locked himself in the dragon confining lock. Sure enough, his cultivation was instantly suppressed, and he couldn't release any strength. The Emperor Realm aura that was originally released from his body was like a stalled engine. There was no reaction at all. There was no Emperor Realm aura released at all. Dean Tianlong was trapped. If that happened, there wouldn't be a single Emperor Realm Master in the entire Cloud Mist College. Hai Tongtian was a peak stage Saint Spirit. He took a step forward and landed next to the Dean. He slapped the Dean's face and cursed. "You old bastard! How dare you threaten me? You're courting death." "Pa!" Dean Tianlong, who had lost his cultivation, was slapped to the ground by Hai Tongtian. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Hai Tongtian kicked him again, sending him flying dozens of meters away. He crashed into a boulder, and the boulder was smashed into pieces. "Ha ha ha, Sky Dragon? The top 10 experts of the Central State. That's all there is to it. Ha ha." Hai Tongtian laughed shamelessly. Even in his dreams, he wanted to trample on Sky Dragon or Huang Fuju. Now he had done it, no matter what the method was. He did it. This made him exceptionally excited. Sky Dragon crawled up from the ground with difficulty, coughed out a few mouthfuls of black blood, and then said, "Hai Tongtian, I will bear all the sins alone. Don't hurt them. They are a group of children. They are all innocent." To his teacher, every student in Cloud Mist College was a child. Moreover, these students who stood with him were the hope of Cloud Mist College. He couldn't let this spark go out again. Hai Tongtian grinned sinisterly. With a light hook of his finger, the Alliance army behind him instantly walked up. He smiled and said to Sky Dragon, "I promised you that I wouldn't hurt them, but I didn't promise you that they wouldn't hurt them." Buzz. Dean Tianlong's head felt like it was about to explode. Anger soared to the sky. Sky Dragon said solemnly, "You." Hai Tongtian laughed. "Old thing, there's no such thing as too much deception in war. Don't you know that?" "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Looking at your angry expression, I don't know why, but I'm especially happy. Ha ha ha. Hai Tongtian said excitedly, and then his voice sank and he said, "Lu Zhan, Huang Fuya, I want these 2 people alive and kill the rest." He wasn't sure if Luo Tian was dead or not. It was best if he didn't die, because he wanted to torture Luo Tian. use all means to torture Luo Tian and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, today, when he decided to attack Cloud Mist College, he sent another expert of the Holy Spirit realm into the profound Sky Continent. He wanted to uproot all of Luo Tian's forces, bring all of his brothers and women to the ancient continent, and then let Luo Tian watch them die one by one in front of him. So, he wanted to keep Lu Zhan and Huang Fuya alive. To let Luo Tian watch the two of them die with his own eyes, this was such a satisfying thing for Hai Tongtian. Moreover, the Crown Prince of Haijia wouldn't stay in the ancient continent for too long. After participating in this exchange meeting with the Abyss College, he would leave the ancient continent and enter another plane to cultivate. When he returned again, it should be time to trigger the heavenly tribulation and condense the divine spark. As long as he condensed the divine spark, then Haijia would enjoy an eternal life. Even dominating the ancient continent wouldn't be a dream. As long as the Crown Prince didn't fall, Haijia wouldn't decline. Ren Xiaoyao roared shrilly, "Hai Tongtian, I'll fight you to the death." He broke out all of his cultivation. However, without waiting for him to get close, an expert of the Emperor realm suddenly moved and directly killed him with a palm. Then, more than 1,000 disciples all rushed forward, and none of them retreated. They all burst out with their strongest power, but they were too weak. Compared to the Alliance army of Haijia, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Sky Dragon kept struggling. He kept struggling. He kept roaring. His voice was hoarse from shouting. But the dragon lock bound him tightly and he couldn't do anything. Watching his students fall one after another, this feeling made him feel worse than death. In the void, the Crown Prince closed his eyes slightly, then looked at the sky again. He gently exhaled, turned into a light, and in the blink of an eye he was thousands of miles away. It had fallen. Cloud Mist College had completely fallen. Cloud Mist City was controlled by the Haijia. Put the two of them in Haijia's secret prison. If Luo Tian can come back alive, let him watch the two of them die with his own eyes. Ha ha ha. Hai Tongtian ordered. Then he stood on a high place and said loudly to the Alliance army, "A new era of the Central Continent has begun. From today on, the Central Continent belongs to us. Cloud Mist College will disappear from the Central Continent forever. This is just the starting point. Our goal is the entire ancient continent." Finally, he recommended Old Nio's previous works, Invincible Upgrade. Read it on QQ, the system's killing to upgrade. Those who haven't read it before should read it. It's just as cool and passionate. Then, let's talk about tomorrow's outbreak. The outbreak will start at noon tomorrow. These 2 days, Old Nio will turn on his crazy mode. Tomorrow's outbreak should be no less than 10 chapters. Brothers, pick up all kinds of tickets in your hands and throw them at Old Nio.